It's quite weird to have such an introduction to 5 characters so that they can all just die right off the bat. Yeah. We're now in Kaiman District, or whatever the hell it's called, that the Amaterasu Express had landed us in, and we ran away from the security service there. Well, not really ran away. We're kind of still in amongst them, but our ghost friend got time for it. Hello?
So, this
Shinigami?
is the mystery labyrinth. It sure looks creepy. Hey, if we keep going, will we really get to the truth?
Come on, would I lie to you?
Yeah.
I told you the deepest part of the labyrinth
really?
holds the truth, right? So, let's
To
go.
someone I've never seen before or heard before. That voice is Shinigami. That's why I couldn't recognize. I mean, I felt like they were Amanda C. Miller. I definitely felt that. Apparently not.
I'm so horny for mysteries right now.
You're... what?
Better write this down.
I've already read this, right? And then
Come on, pay attention. You better not be skimming over this.
I've already read them, girl. Back low.
Hey, Master, do you need a power up? Set whichever skills suit you best.
This is very Mario Party with a bad system type deal. Very basic skill tree going on. But yeah! I don't know if I want to unlock anything more. I wish I could like have that increase 100 right now. I can't turn around.
Hey, did something move just now?
Oh, that's a cue.
Q? Is that a monster living in the mystery labyrinth?
They're not exactly monsters. Q are part of the mystery labyrinth itself. They're what materialize the mysteries. Q have no intelligence or autonomy. All they do is manifest the mysteries in the labyrinths. But since you are here to defeat mysteries, they're kinda like obstacles.
So other words, they're the enemy.
Of course, as a detective seeking the truth, mysteries are your greatest enemy.
What is that?
Thing bigger.
What the? There are monsters here!
That's a mystery phantom.
A mystery phantom? What's that?
A mystery phantom. That's what you just said. That's a mystery
I
phantom.
told you that cues make mysteries materialize, right? Well, if there's someone in the real world trying to interfere with the case, that person also materializes.
Oh, so they're not trusting it. They don't want to know your excuses.
That's a mystery phantom.
Interfering with the case? Hey, doesn't he kind of look like Swank of the Peacekeepers?
If the Peacekeepers are tied up in this, then maybe this incident has something to do with Amaterasu Corporation.
You're the culprit.
Huh?
You're the culprit.
Since all the other passengers on the train are dead, you're the only one who could have done the crime. So you're the culprit. That's the truth behind this case.
Master, he's trying to frame you to bury the case. If you can't get past this, you can't reach the truth.
What do I do? Should I just run away?
A detective doesn't run from a mystery. You gotta defeat him.
How do we do that?
Defeat him? How?
Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
Not particularly. I would have rather been able to gain that extra 100 in real life instead of just max.
Huh?
Just say, I am.
Oh great. Why? Nobody wants to do that.
I am! What? A sword?
I call it the Solution Blade. It's a sword with special powers to affect things inside the Mystery Labyrinth. Use that to boom kill the Mystery Phantom! Let's do this!
Okay.
Whoa, slow down! How do I use this?
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. Anyway... damage you take here is nothing to sniff at. It's not like an injury in the real world, but still. The more and more your mind realizes you've been hurt here, oh boy. You'll wind up brain dead. It'll be game over, time to start from the beginning again.
Hey Blue! Hello! Good to see you, buddy. Good to have you. Played a bit, nice. Well, I'm really hoping that it's worth the next chapter of Danganronpa. I was always a big fan of Danganronpa. Some of my emotes are Danganronpa based. As I mentioned, you probably saw me talk about in the Discord, Bunny's Discord, and getting the Danganronpa 2 Chapter 2 trial question on the first try. I actually really want to, when I feel like time is appropriate, like maybe the next time Bunny dumps a bunch of answers in the Discord thing for Guess the Game, I want to dump all the first tries I've got on that thing, because I feel about the recent results. But anyway, whatever. And I got quite a few first try ones. But yeah, welcome. Good to have you. Good to have you. I'm glad you're playing it. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, the other day, another person stopped by who I was in a different chat with, talking about Atelier games and such. And yeah, no, it's great to have you. I'm suffering again.
No one wants that, so you'd better be super careful.
Nice. Oh, I mean, you know, teacher, you do really well sometimes as well. Like, I think you got Burger Time, right? I had no idea what Burger Time was at all. And I am quite competitive, so I always want to do better, but then I have to live with my shortcomings. But yeah, I do feel also pretty bad about, you know, having missed some of them, because, yeah, like Crash Bandicoot 1 and stuff. But I tell you, some of the first picks in Guess the Game are really, like, god-awful. Like, I really wish some of my favorite games that were featured in that I got on the first try, but I couldn't. One of them was just a green sky of nothing, and there have been a few of them like that. One of them was just a picture of a boat and water. It could literally be anything. That was Civ 6. Like, it's crazy. Like, I just feel like the people who make that game, while it's a great idea, I think they have a particular taste in games, a lot more shooter and action heavy than stuff I like, and they don't really give the same value to every first pick. Like, some first picks is literally, like, the Faster Than Light one is literally half the front main menu, like, cover of the game. Right? The main menu where you get to choose new game and such, and all that. Half of that. I mean, you only need to show one ship. They have very particular designs in that game of the ships, and it'll be fine. They're showing you several ships. Half the main menu is shown. Whereas, like, some of these other ones, because they don't care for the game, presumably, they didn't play it, they're not interested, there's, like, just a green background. Like, could be anything. And it's just like, oh my god, why? But anyway. So Burger Time on Cartoon. So I knew of it because of that. Cool. Yeah, and I think the picture quality has gotten worse too. Yeah, I just feel like it's really ambiguous. Like, because if it was equivalent, I feel, in terms of like how much information you can gather from art style, because I find that a very helpful one. Or, you know, like, how was this picture taken? What am I actually looking at? Like, one of them, Age of Empires, I got first try. I've never played an Age of Empires game. However, I realized that I was looking at on land with a fog of war. What kind of game is that? An RTS. What kind of RTS do I know with this kind of relatively oldish kind of like art style? Age of Empires? And I got it. Bit of luck involved too. You know, I just feel like there's some real depravity between like some of the options, but you know, like whatever. I don't mean to criticize too harshly, but at the same time, that's what I do. Like I look at games and I try to like figure out what I like about them and try to express that, because I feel like that will help not only promote the kind of games I want to see in the future, but also, you know, kind of like communicate with people like yourself as to why I find this bad, why I find this good, why do I like this, why do I not like that, and is it a personal thing, or is it a, you know, a more objective, like, overall thing? Yeah, it's partly like what motivates me to stream, so, yeah. I do like the game, but man. And this game has been fun too, but I have found it to be quite strange. I presume you're past this point? How far are you? You are. Cool. It seems to be very strange to me that they would introduce like 4 or 5 characters that are all pretty cool. I always felt like Zanj was the odd one out, the from last time, the traitor, because like he's older than everybody else. He doesn't involve himself in the conversations of everybody else. He doesn't even have a uniform like everybody else. So I just felt like these are things that are indicating to me that he would be the odd one out. But maybe the odd one out is another. Well, they said from 2 of the abilities, they said there was nobody else on board the train. So maybe they may have got on midway. Because I don't know how much of this story is going to be about this incident, or whether we're going to move on from this, and this is just going to be a chapter 1 thing. And I also don't know if like they're going to maybe bring back those characters, and then this was just a drill. You know, because obviously there's so many things open. Yeah, you remember that? Nice. It was exactly the same. Felt the same way. That's what I did too. I don't know if that helps or affects our gameplay, whether that affects what mode we play, or what the story's going to be like. Apologies for this. I'm trying to get that back. That's another thing. I don't know if you can turn that off, but I would love to be able to have it so that the controller doesn't die after a few minutes. But yeah. No one's that, so you better be super careful.
Come on, pay attention.
Traps and obstacles lie in wait inside the mystery labyrinth. Make a mistake while facing them, and master stamina will decrease.
I thought this voice actress was actually Amanda C. Miller, who voiced Junko Enoshima, but apparently it's someone I never heard before.
It's game over when the stamina runs out, so be careful as you uncover the truth.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. But you're liking it so far, yeah? Taking a while. How much action is in this game? Reasoning deathmatch. Lovely.
I'll tell you a mystery labyrinth secret.
Okay. Ugh. Let's see. And rebuttal. I have to get used to the my Nintendo controllers again.
During the reasoning deathmatch RDM, a mystery phantom will attack Master while making statements about the case.
Dodge, dodge, duck, dodge.
Getting hit by a statement means taking damage, so move up, down, left, and right to avoid it. Track it carefully and dodge.
Come on, pay attention.
If you dodge a statement at the very last second, it becomes a daring dodge. The more daring dodges you make, the bigger the bonus you'll get later. So give it a shot if you got the guts.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot of new voice actors. Well, I recognize Lucian Dodge, and I recognize Sean Chiplock as the Tannoy. And I feel like some of the other voices I can't quite place. But yeah, for sure. Enjoying it. Feel like it would look better on a more powerful system. Well, yeah. Like, the art is cool. I do love the art. Danganronpa art, like the traditional Danganronpa art, is very much my bag too. But I think the visuals are helping her back.
Maybe.
You might have a better, keener eye than that. I so far haven't really felt too bad about the situation, but I'll take your word for it, sure. I'm really not the greatest at that, at knowing like how much more visually. I'm much better audially than visually.
Don't you forget.
The bonus for successful dodges is based on the max amount you can dodge in one cycle. Basically, there's a cap on how much you can get.
Okay.
Don't let any shady statements slip by.
Inflammable statements give you a chance to counterattack. Statements might contain a contradiction. Slash through it with a solution plate and fight back against the phantoms.
I hope this is going to make as much sense, or rather, I should say, a lot more sense to me than the sword mini game in Danganronpa 2, Goodbye Despair. I don't even remember it. I struggled hard on that.
Master doesn't make mistakes.
To expose a contradiction, you gotta pick the right solution key. The key is already set in the solution plate this time, so find the contradictory inflammable statement and slash it.
Slash those suspicious statements.
If you slash a statement containing contradiction with the right solution key, you'll destroy it and damage the mystery phantom.
Oh.
Picking the wrong solution key or missing the timing means taking damage. Just some friendly advice from yours truly.
But yeah, I like that they have gameplay in this. Just like, you know, Danganronpa. But I am dyspraxic, so I need to read it as well. Yeah. I hope I do alright. I hope I don't die in the very first one. Figure out what some of the Danganronpa games will do. Yeah, they're tough. I liked some of them, but then some of them, Like, I particularly remember the sword one being really difficult for me. And I was never good at, like, knowing which was a line, which wasn't in V3. Okay, let's try.
No need to draw this out. You're the culprit behind this case. You murdered 5 bastard detectives. That's the only explanation. Everyone else is dead.
Oh, I see.
You're the only one who could have done the crime.
Let's flash through this
I
mystery.
see.
No! There's no way I could have done it! I was unconscious the whole time because I drank the drugged coffee in the dining car.
I didn't even know he was going to be able to move. I thought he was static in that one position.
It's no use. Your deduction is wrong.
Ugh.
You were out the whole
Time for the
time.
solution.
Looks like there are more solution keys to choose from. The number of keys will change between REMs. Use the correct key and slash through the contradiction and the inflammable statement.
Decision key window.
You better not be skimming over this.
Yeah, that was fun. I liked like the driving one. That was fun. I also feel quite passionately. I end up being someone who is quite passionate about the OST and feeling like, and the few OSTs in games, and feeling like one track is something that everyone just seems to love and I just think is incredibly overrated. I just hate it because I get more and more angry and hate it the more I see people love that one in particular, because I'm like, there is so much more to the OST and you pick one of the worst? That's something I feel a lot. So like in Danganronpa V3, everyone that I seem to, you know, come across loved the split decision tune. Whereas I loved like the climactic argument one for V3. You think about V3? Everyone loved the split one, like the ridiculously hyper, like bah, 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 bah. You know, like that's not good in my opinion. But you know, like everyone loved it. And then the same thing with Persona. Like Persona 5, I love Woman, I love Layer Cake, I love the exams one, I love a whole bunch of the tunes. But now everyone seems to be enamored by Rivers in the Desert. And I'm just like, oh, come on, really? This is it's just like, yeah, everyone loves the Split Decision song and everyone loves the Rivers in the Desert. I'm just like, I know. I already mentioned the second wrong solution king the second time. Damange, 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 to eat, like French, damange. Time wrong solution king. Okay. Damange. So you're out the whole time. Afix and Pucci's Fortes proved there were no other passengers besides 6 people inside the train car. An image that was saved on the cell phone via Sanjay's Forte clearly shows Yuma drinking from a coffee cup. I think that's going to be used later. I think this makes sense to use now.
Ridiculous! You're the culprit! You knew it was drug. That's how you avoided being knocked out! The other detectives were drugged. And you went around killing them all. You're busted. You took the laced coffee and only pretended to drink. Forget it.
This is the truth.
It is really popular. Everyone's like, more people like, yeah, but I feel like,
Longest photography footage.
I wonder how this game's gonna go. I wonder if there's gonna be a tune in this game that everyone's gonna love, and we were like, well, what about this and this and this? But yeah. I honestly, it's been a while since I've listened to Masafumi Takada's. Is this still Masafumi Takada by any chance? It's been pretty good so far, I think. It's been a while since I've listened to the Danganronpa theme tune, so I've kind of forgotten what my favorites are. But I think like MTB, Super MTB, and like what was the one in DR2 that was the equivalent to MTB? I really like the beginning of that one, and like the Cosmic Trial Edition or something, I think it was called, like version. Actually, I really loved my first love, but mind you, it is a little bit less quality and a little more degenerate than some of the other tracks, so I can understand not liking it so much. But the one that, like, when I was first watching it, and because I didn't know what this thing was, I was actually watching Elegy at the time, and he was a guy I used to watch quite regularly, and like I saw him starting this game, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I didn't even know I'd like anime at the time. Before I even knew that I'd like anime. Before I even had a Twitch channel of my own. And it was like, okay, I'll go on for a ride, because usually watching Elegy's fun, he's hilarious, you know, whatever. And then I wasn't really hooked until I saw the first Class Trial, and Solar Class Trial Solar Edition. That one, just like, oh my god, what is this? I have to get into it. Zanji's photography footage showed me drinking the coffee.
That proves I wasn't faking anything.
Ooh! You did it?
That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad at all. I did miss a couple of things, but we have a lot of health. Didn't do too much damage.
Did I defeat it?
Yeah!
See? No matter how weak you are, things will turn out fine, as long as I'm here.
He tried to frame me as the culprit.
Indeed.
Guess that's what Amaterasu Corp is doing. They want to set you up and call it a day.
But it is a day. You don't need to call it a day for it to be one.
That's why the Peacekeepers barged in as soon as the train hit the station.
I always find that
Probably
phrase really
planned this.
So they knew what was going to happen. Then the culprit works for Amaterasu?
Or someone hired by them. Either way, the Peacekeepers want to hide who did it.
So the reason Control Headquarters didn't respond to the emergency calls was because of Amaterasu.
Probably. Now that we know what they're aiming for, we're one step closer to the truth.
Ooh. And one thing I love about this game, and any self-respecting story game, which sadly Octopath Traveler 2 is not. I was one of the oddballs again that liked Octopath Traveler 1 a lot more than 2. Is a transcript. In my opinion, if you don't care for having a transcript, you don't care for the story in your game. That's kind of how it is, because there's so many reasons why one would want to have a transcript and read back what they read, especially a dyspraxic like me, who kind of lets stuff kind of like filter through and then like, okay, I didn't understand that. What did you say? But yeah.
Yeah.
Most people love OT2 over OT1. You probably know of the hype behind. I mean, I'm okay with like latent power abilities, but I feel like one of the biggest things that people loved, or at least the reasons that they like to say, you see how I'm often picture myself against the world, but whatever. Maybe that's just a prerogative of mine or something. Is the story was better in OT2. And one of the reasons why I feel like the story was better in OT2 is because it had a final chapter which introduced them collabing or whatever into a final boss, much like Goldera. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not really a fan of super bosses. I love challenges. I hate tedium. So, for me, what a super boss is most of the time, I stress most because actually the video I'm releasing today, or maybe slightly in the morning tomorrow, but in a few hours time, I might even release it now, is the final boss for Labyrinth for Galeria, and that's a really cool game, dungeon crawler, that has what I would consider a super boss, even if it's just the regular final boss, because of how it's designed. But like, it's so it's not as frustrating as most of them because it doesn't take anywhere near as long. Like, I don't know how much you played of OT2, so I don't want to say too much, or even OT1, but that final boss, I was struggling just to, get through the first stages of it. And I was like, okay, this is my objective. I'm going to beat this first stage. Not thinking, finish both. Okay, cool. So, Vide, right? He has that initial form, right, with the head. I'm like, okay, this is going on quite a long time. This is more than enough for a final boss, in my opinion. So, I'm going to beat this. And then I eventually, after several goes, and with use of Almighty Soul Stones, and I didn't level up everybody, because I find that fucking tedious as well, I beat the front half. And then it was like, okay, now I have arms, and now you use both parties. And I think the idea of using both parties is a cool idea, don't get me wrong. But, like, the overall fight takes, like, a bloody hour or something, or maybe even longer. And I was just like, I was running out of Almighty Soul Stones. I had to reconsider my entire strategy. I was just like, you know what? I'm done. I have other things to do. And I was gearing up to, it might even be when I was starting to play Etrian Odyssey, because I recently got the Etrian Odyssey collection. You do the final. I did very similarly in the Etrian Odyssey 1 as I did the Etrian Odyssey 2 I kept trying, I kept battling away, several attempts. I managed to beat the front half of Goldera with my better team of around level 60, which is similar to what my other team was. And then it showed me the rear half with the hot 99 shield points. I was like, yeah, I put the controller down and I was done. That's just how I feel about super bosses. Like, I don't need something that goes on forever. And I feel like something that takes so much time to just get through is like an artificial difficulty for like the challenge. When the challenge for me is like Etrian Odyssey. I love Etrian Odyssey. I don't know if you played Etrian Odyssey. Highly recommend. If you like dungeon crawlers. But like, you don't need to last 3 years for me to appreciate it. Let me do the lights and curtains, by the way. It's getting late. I'll be right back. And also, I felt very peeved by Octopath Traveler 2, right? You might have seen me in Bunny's chat quite a lot use this emote. Can you recognize who that is from that emote? I'm not gonna put you in suspense for too long if you don't want to, guess. But like, if you want to guess, I could even do the funny like, guess the game, but instead guess the pick. Yes! Yeah! In one! Wow! Let me Manny it up. I love what you do with that, by the way. I hope it doesn't come across as like trying to steal your thunder or anything silly like that. But I find it really sweet that you like everybody who does it better than you. I'm just happy to celebrate anyone who gets it. But so I kind of took what you were doing, copied you, and then felt, no, I'm gonna say like for everyone, because if you got it, you got it. It's not like a fight against me. But I really like what you do with that. It's really, really sweet of you. It's really awesome. So yeah, you did it. Yeah, Tressa Cozione. That's her surname. And she was my first girl. I usually like the young girl characters in these things. And you know, I loved her. She was awesome. And well, you're a man too. Good choice. Great minds think alike. Yeah. So I love her, right? And then the whole cast, Primrose. For a while, I was using nothing but Tressa and Primrose, and then I eventually added Ulbrich and Alfin. Oh, no worries. You're great with names. If you were awful with names, I couldn't tell who it was. And what is Tressa anyway? Tressa isn't a name anyone uses. You're great with names. That don't put yourself down. So like, you know, I love those characters, and I thought the story was pretty good. I thought, you know, like the little chapters with their like various different little plots, whether it be the taking down the Raven crew as Prim, or whether it be Tressa's like kind of love blossom with a character named Ali. I was just like, wow. They put me in the game. Because if you didn't know, Adrenaline is a combination of my real name, which is Ali N, and N being the first initial of my surname, and Adrian, which is just part of Adrenaline, because, I mean, I'm dyspraxic and I'm Asperger's, and there's even scientific documents about the idea of Asperger's being partly due to an imbalance of adrenaline in one system and things like that. Yeah. But yeah, like it was so cool. Yeah, it was awesome, wasn't it? Like, I felt so happy that they actually chose Ali to be like her almost significant other, which would be, you know, a dream. But like, yeah, I fell in love with those characters. And then the first day I play Octopath Traveler 2, and instead of it being like, and you'll understand this, which is wonderful. I love being able to talk to you about this, because you'll understand this. Because this is the comparison I make, you also seem to be a big fan of. And then you play the Octopath Traveler 2, right? The first day you get it, and you see the map, and it's like, the merchant, the apothecary, the warrior, not even like Swordmaster. I mean, you know, like, I can't remember now the name of the warrior in the second game, the Japanese dude, right? And he has this really cool new ability, which is effectively like learning like a blue mage. So call him Swordmaster. Swordmaster to me sounds more like Kagetsu. He reminded me a lot of Kagetsu because I was playing Fire Emblem Engage earlier this year as well. And like, you know, call him that. No, they have to be the exact same 8 names. The exact same for the most part, bar switching like the most minor of shit. Like, oh, now the merchant gets the fire move instead of the wind move or whatever. I mean, like, barely bare bones shit. Most 99% of the second cast, their moves, their abilities, their titles, exactly the same. And to me, as someone who loved the first game, it just, yeah, they missed an opportunity to change up the classes, the skills, the passes. Like, God knows how much shit they just copied over. And to me, that feels like they retconned the first ones. And when they hear constantly about how everybody liked the second game more than the first, it's like, oh, don't worry about the first one sucked. You don't need to play that. Like, everyone always likes to talk about, you have to play things from the beginning, but nobody's going to say you have to play Octopath from the beginning. Not that I'm necessarily like that, but you know what I mean? Like, it just feels like my favorite stuff was just thrown in the bin, and here we have the whole new bunch, and screw those guys, and it's just like, it felt so I already came off like a reeling from that, and then I was almost like determined just to see more negatives than perhaps there were in that game. I don't know, but I do have some comments to talk about, especially the stories. Like, it's crazy. They go on about like how the story is better in 2 than 1, but for one thing, there's these minutiae errors. These sort of like, there's micro and macro, how I like to look at it. Micro errors of like mixing up the word staunch. I'm going to staunch the blood flow, says Temenos, for stench. It's like he says stench. I'm like, what is stench? How does stench make any sense here? That's an example of a micro problem. Or another one that's funnier. There's a conversation between, apologies for this. Yeah, goddamn. Can I get out of this? I'm dyspraxic, so I'm not good at looking after this while talking. But there is a scene where Casti, the apothecary, she's talking to someone, and the other person is talking, and they're talking about the location of Tresor, back when Tresor is a good guy, and one of them. And as Tresor walks in, she says, speak of the devil, dear. Like, speak of the devil, dear. You probably know the phrase. I certainly know the phrase. I'm not sure if it's a British phrase or if it's used worldwide. It's certainly used here in England. Speak of the devil, dear, is like, speak of the topic that what's another phrase like it? I can't quite think of any. But like, speak of who we were just talking about. They've walked in, dear sir, madam, right? Like, dear sir, dear madam, that sort of dear. But it's written as speak of the devil, dear, like some kind of horned beast mythically bouncing around because, it's coming to get you. The devil, dear, is here. I mean, the story I know too was more uneven. Yes, exactly. You are absolutely right. Oh my god, I feel that so strongly. And it's so bad when you're trying to stream the game and you don't know when it's going to end. You are absolutely right. I like some of the highs, but there were some awful lows in OT1. Yeah. There were awful lows in OT1. Yeah. But also, not only that, like, OT1 was beautifully crafted. It was clear. You knew where you were, and the reason why was because every single one of the 8 stories was 4 chapters long each, right? 8 stories, 4 chapters long, and each of them had a boss at the end. And for a streamer, if I'm like going, okay, well, I'm on chapter 3, I've got a couple hours left in my stream, and I probably want to end around there. Okay, I could probably finish the story because that's what it's going to be. But in bloody Octopath Traveler 2, some are 3 chapters, like a chat. I did really like a chat. What a surprise. She's basically the Tresor of the second game. Some of them are 5 chapters, some of them are 4 chapters, and one of them is bloody what's his face? The warrior. The warrior's chapter? Yeah, 4 chapters. I think it is 4. 4 chapters, but guess what? It's not one fight. The final chapter of that thing, I was thinking I was going to end it, sure, I'll finish it, it's no problem. No, it's a rematch against his long-lost friend dude who decided to go the different direction. Then it's a second fight against, the base form of his brother that is the bad guy, the big bad. Then it's a third fight against your alter self. Then it's an even more fight. And the last 3 don't even have a save point in between them. Imagine losing in that. Thank God I didn't. But imagine, oh my god, there was no structure to it at all. And for someone like me who loves structure, maybe more than most because I am Asperger's, so I do like things to be mathematical and thought out, and I can calculate how much this, how much that, and be clear on where I stand. To be just thrown into the middle of some kind of war of attrition, of never ending the damn thing. I was just oh my god, The 5 chapters have very different lengths, exactly. So I'm just I love the game. I really do. Hell, if I didn't love the game, I would not know anything about it. I'm not trying to play through it, and I'm not be as enthusiastically, not trying to be aggressive or anything, but enthusiastic talking about it. I know I'm perhaps critiquing it quite viciously, but maybe I should hold back. But I do love Octopath and the style of it and the art of it, and even the world was so much more beautiful in Ostera. I love traveling Ostera. Ostera to me felt a lot more expansive, a lot more nooks and crannies, a lot more interesting things to go and find. The shrines made me more personally. This is a more personal thing. Interested to go and find than the guilds of the second game that replaced them. They have shrines, but the shrines do something else in being a special ability instead of getting the secondary job. And I mean, that's fine, and that's a more of a personal thing, but that certainly didn't resonate with me. And then you have, like, just the fact that the second game is a little blotch of a continent here, a little blotch of a continent there, a little island over here, and it just felt like half the game to me. Because, like, compared to, like, a big, beautiful, like, area that changes and with the regions and all of that, and you can just explore everywhere, it felt like so much of it was cut off for me. And even, like, it kind of was, because you can't even access Fu, or whatever the place is called. Ku. Is it Ku? I think it's Ku. Until, you know, you do his chapter, until you do his story, the guy, and he was in my second team, so that tends to be how I do it. But yeah.
Probably now that we know what they're aiming for, we're one step closer to the truth.
Let's keep this up and unriddle this mystery labyrinth so we can get to the truth.
You're awfully casual about this. My life is at stake here.
So what else has Lucian Dodge done? I'm pretty sure Lucian Dodge was, if you played Fire Emblem Three Houses, he was the navy ponytailed dude, sword dude or whatever, the student. I don't know if his name was Raphael or something.
I understand now that the mystery labyrinth is the case's mysteries given shape. But what do you do here, Shinigami?
Simply put, I'm the one and only cutie that can directly interact with the mystery labyrinth. The progress you've made in the mystery labyrinth and solving those mysteries here.
I apologize. My dyspraxic brain all over the place. It's like the retconning that happened between Octopath Traveler 1 and Octopath Traveler 2, to me, was a lot like if you took Danganronpa 1 and you had the ultimates in that game, and you had, like, you know, Celeste, the ultimate gambler, who's my wife in that one, and Aoi Asahina, the ultimate swimming star, and all that sort of stuff, and then went to Danganronpa 2 and didn't make different types of characters like Koizumi, the ultimate photographer, and Pekka Pekiyama, the ultimate swordsmaster, but just had the ultimate gambler again, and the ultimate, you know, instead of the ultimate gamer, Chiaki, she's the ultimate gambler now. Instead of, like, you know, what else was there? The ultimate swim star, like, Nekomaru would be the ultimate swim star, I guess, or whatever, you know, and just, like, repeat that. It's crazy. That would have been awful. Exactly. And then how would one feel about the characters? Everybody would be up in arms. But because nobody cared for Octopath Traveler 1, it seems to have just gone under the radar. It was fine. It's not fine for me. I love those characters. You know? So yeah. I am glad. It's also bittersweet because I am glad that series is getting more love now because people somehow think that O2 was better when I definitely don't. But in the sense that I look forward to an Octopath Traveler 3 and hope to play that one again. I probably won't beat the final boss because I just can't do it, and I have other things to do. But yeah, what's happening? This is like Crash Bandicoot sometimes. Like the levels in Crash Bandicoot 2, the space levels where you're flying with a jetpack, where you just have one chamber after another. That's what it's reminding me of. Am I not doing something right?
It's all thanks to me.
I guess I didn't finish this.
How are you able to do this?
Let me do it. I'm the one and only. Duty I can directly interact with the Mystery Labyrinth. The progress you've made in the Mystery Labyrinth and solving the mystery, it's all thanks to me. Yeah, I get that. Wasn't really anything but this flavor, I guess.
I don't know what to tell you. I've always been able to do this, so I forgot how. More importantly, you got drugged and knocked out? You are so pitiful, Master.
Huh?
No wonder you're wrong.
You already known about this, Shinigami. What the heck?
I thought I was dizzy because I've got this weird ghost thing haunting me.
Huh?
Huh? Making a pact with me won't make you dizzy.
You sure?
That just reduces your lifespan by a lot.
Oh, lovely.
You're kidding, right? Right?
Anyway, who do you think is the culprit?
Are you just trying to
Master?
toy with him
You
because
have any
he said that
guesses?
you were hanging about him? God damn. He's cruel.
If the drinks were drugs in the dining car, the culprit must have been on the train before anyone else.
Oh, so then all you have to do is ask around and figure out what order everyone got on board. Oh, wait a minute. You can't, because they're all dead!
Yay!
You aren't taking this very seriously, are you?
I mean, she's a death demon. Okay. Now, instead of just continually walking forward. Okay. Ah, it has changed.
This place. Whoa. The path is forked in two. Which way should I go?
This fork in the path is also a materialized mystery, so you should know which way to go if you solve it.
Oh, great.
First, let's clarify what mystery this is exactly.
Huh? How do you do that?
Like
Another tutorial?
this.
Another weapon?
Huh?
It's a side. Oh my god.
Blood! Blood!
Quit overreacting, Master. This is a mystery labyrinth. It's fine.
Yeah, but I don't like gore. Can you not?
Anyway, take a look. I use the blood of the
Oh,
truth
for the
seeker
love
as
of
a
God.
conduit to expose the mystery blocking the path.
Is the culprit one of the 6 on the train?
Is that a question?
That's the mystery standing in your way. You just need to pick the right path and head on through.
I think the answer is no. But I have no idea. Because A, it makes sense that it's no. Because like the other 5 died and he and maybe you see I have so many ideas when it comes to games like this that my problem is knowing which one of those ideas makes the most sense. One of my ideas is it could quite easily have been the situation, especially Zond. Sorry, Zond, but I do feel like it's quite possible to be him. That one of the other 5, especially the imposter, could have chosen to kill everyone else, including themselves. They could have quite chosen to kill themselves. And then leave him having to deal with the mess. And as fucked up as that is, that could well have been a thing. But if that isn't the thing, then maybe the way the train is set up, there is quite possibly a prediction of the behaviors that went on, especially considering that, you know, if it wasn't the ghost that made him feel that way, the whole like, I need rest and I need to go to the bathroom and therefore take him out of the picture, allowing them to get rid of deal with everybody else, then they predicted his behavior, perhaps. And it's quite possible that the same people who are guilty for spiking the drinks, the same people that inflicted him with whatever it is that made him lose his, like, conscience. Like, because of the drinks, obviously that's why he was conscious. But why he felt ill before that, rather, is what I'm trying to say. Made him feel ill before it. Like, whoever, decked him and put him in the Lost and Found might well have also, during that moment, during that instance, given him something in some way, which I don't really understand, in order to make him feel ill, because apparently it's not Shinigami's bond that makes him feel ill, so it's something else. We already established that from that previous conversation. It's not Shinigami that did that, it's something else that made him feel ill. Presumably it was affected him or made him feel that way from when he was unconscious. So they kind of predicted his behavior would be to, you know, either get a drink himself or have Melanie. I don't think Melanie's guilty, but she might. Again, that's another option. Melanie could have been guilty, be the one that chose to kill herself along with everybody else after getting rid of him and leaving him with the mess. Possibly she was instructed to do that. It's possible. That's the thing. There's too many possibilities. I have too many hypotheses, and my frustration with games like this. And if you ever heard me talk about stuff like this, especially like AI summon files or whatever, is that I'd often talk about how the game isn't what everybody wants, even though in this case it is because we're literally playing it. But usually the game, when it comes to stories and comes to, I like to think in terms of where the value is, isn't. Where the value is in the story, sorry, my dyspraxia is kind of bad, isn't in the game that people like to make for themselves, that can they predict what the writer thought. So like, you might have an idea, and your idea might or not coincide with what the writer chose, because ultimately this is another person's creation, right? And everyone usually likes trying to fixate on this game where, oh man, I was wrong if my idea was not the same as the writer, but I was right if my idea was the same as the writer. And quite frankly, no matter who this writer is, who's to say that the ideas that you might have, even if they are quote unquote wrong, are any less valid, any less realistic, any less plausible, any less creative than the idea that matches what the writer wrote. Like, people kind of, I find, get way too fixated in wanting to match with the writer, when really, I think the value is found in, can you actually have an idea? Take a step back, the idea, the ability to formulate an idea, to be able to create an idea, that is the value. Can you do that? And how good can you make that? Even if it's not the same as the writer, which is what everyone seems to want to do. And that's what my brain often does. Like, my brain has all sorts of ideas going on. Yeah, this happened again. This doesn't happen on other consoles. Unfortunately, this is a Switch exclusive. I would not have picked a Switch exclusive if I could have. I'd usually like streaming on my PS4. But anyway, and so like I have a bunch of ideas. They could have easily had one of the 6 be willing to, and be instructed to, especially if it's like an older dude that was like, had a terminal illness. So this was his last job and he was happy to do it or whatever. And then he's like, all right, I'll go kill them and myself. I mean, fuck, like Kokichi Uma, right? If this is the team that made a character like fucking Cockroach Uma, the guy I absolutely despise, any one of them could have easily chosen to do all this and be like, I'm alright with this, I'm okay taking on this job, I'm about to die anyway, I have a terminal illness or whatever. I wanna game the system so fucking badly that I'm willing to sacrifice everything, put all my chips in the basket. You know, like, that is a possibility. So, like, knowing... So I have reasons to want to say both, which I guess is a little too early, and I guess I sometimes jump the gun as to not know when the game is supposed to transfer the cleaning up act that tells me which one it is. And often I'm like, already, maybe I'm fixated too much on trying to discern which answer I want to give before I can figure out when the information's actually being passed. Because a lot of this is usually about, like, you know, a foot-long sandwich or whatever, like a tower-high sandwich, and knowing where in the sandwich is the actual bit of information. Because, like, they give you all manner of filler and story and blah blah, and by the way, here's the culprit, and then, you know, like, all this sort of stuff, and you're supposed to know when and kind of like spot when. I'm not good at that. I'm envious of people like Elegy and that who are incredibly good at that. But I do like just kind of like thinking about various things. Like, you know, AI Somnium Files, the first game? One of my ideas was that the reason why Shoko Nadami died was because, and Renju died, was because for some reason Shoko Nadami needed help on the AI machine. And that Renju, even though he wasn't qualified for it, he had links with, what's his face? Sean Chiplock's character, can't bloody remember his name, Pewter, and he asked him to help him go into Shoko Nadame's mind to save Shoko. And that, you know, Pewter, being the lover that he is, devoted to Renju, begrudgingly said yes. And then when Renju tried to save Shoko, he was stuck there for more than 6 minutes and was so determined to try and save Shoko that Pewter demanded that he would come back out because he didn't want to lose Renju, having already like done this for him. And that was all sort of like ideas I had. It turned out that none of it was remotely correct. But the idea is that I'm always like kind of like, what's the word? Inundated with ideas that kind of prevent me from being able to see what is the thing that is correct. But yeah. And some of it's now fuddled because it's been years since I played it. But I remember having that kind of an idea. Ah. Exactly. Don't devalue your creativity. That's a good part of it, and that's just as much interaction in the game as getting it right. I feel like the cases in Danganronpa do a good job of leading you toward what happened through the trial, and making it pretty clear at the end. I was trying to play Ace Attorney and I would fail, but I think my failed ideas were still possible. Yeah, so they didn't really explain or you know, help you deduce why it would only be this and not that. I mean, even from a prudish standpoint of not really liking the art style in Ace Attorney compared to I love this sort of art style. I'm one big, probably obvious by now, but I love anime art styles usually, mostly. And I mean, I know Ace Attorney is anime, but like, when I say anime, I mean this and not that. I've never been a big fan of Ace Attorney. I've watched them, just like I watched Danganronpa. But when I watched, because actually Elegy is a huge fan of Ace Attorney, arguably more than Danganronpa. But when I watched the first one of this, I was like, I gotta play this. When I watched Ace Attorney, I'm like, yeah, you can have it. That's how I feel. So I've never actually played an Ace Attorney game, and I have no intention to do so either. I know it's a good example that most people, especially people who are less like into this sort of game, like can think of first. Like, you probably find more people, like Guess the Game probably has more right answers on Ace Attorney than does Danganronpa. But you know, I've always been more of a Danganronpa fan as well, just like you. So, but I don't have the experience you have of like how Ace Attorney wouldn't actually clear the answer. Anyway.
6 on the train. It must
So I
be
have
6
just as much
detectives.
desire to want to take
It
either of these
could
if they
be,
don't give me any
right?
more.
If I don't think the culprit is among the 6 on the train, then I should take the right path, which says no. But if I think the culprit is one of the 6 on board, I need to take the left path that says yes. Which is it?
There's only one truth.
Mystery Labyrinth options. Was the culprit one of the 6? Questions relating to the case are asked in different forms inside the Mystery Labyrinth. Choose the correct answer and take me to the truth. Okay. Can I talk to you?
Then,
Was the culprit among the 6 people or not?
Master,
Pick the door you think is right. Time to see if your deductions are up to snuff, Master.
Well, the way I like to look at things, generally speaking, is hopefully you don't get dizzy from me doing this. I'm just trying to prevent it from doing the stupid thing whereby I talk too much and then it gets to that menu again. Also, let's talk to her again, see if she says the same thing.
then, Master,
So they're being very vague and they're giving me very little information to go on bar what we already know. In that case, usually the way I like to deal with things is if something is in a vacuum, as I would call it, I consider it as a subliminal message that it is a negatory for any complications. I can't think of a good example of that right now, but you know, basically what I'm saying is I think it's more convoluted to think that there is one of the 6 of the other 5 decided along with themselves to want to kill everyone after I had left and leave me the thing. I think it's less convoluted to think that no, it was simply done from outside, because after all, why would anyone kill themselves? We don't have that kind of information that they'd be willing to do that. They didn't come across as characters who want to do any more than murder, solve, and be detectives. And so no, on a blank sheet, I feel feels more appropriate than yes. So I'm gonna go with no.
So, you think the culprit is not one of the 6 on the train, right?
Yeah, but I have also mentioned how I think it could be possible.
Didn't play it much, gave him 2 months. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, you gave it more of a college try than I did, so kudos to you for that. Is the culprit not one of the 6 on the train? Yeah.
Right here! That hurt.
What are you doing? How many times are you gonna pick the wrong answer?
This is the first time.
Time for a do-over.
Fine.
Okay. I don't think like it gave me much information, and therefore I go for the
So,
more
you think
obvious.
the culprit is one of the 6 on the train, right?
Because this is less obvious that they would kill themselves.
Right here!
At least they don't really punish me. They take me down.
Okay, let's go.
But I don't really feel like there's much conclusive evidence that one of them would be willing to kill themselves and be an agent and so on.
Can I go through now?
You got it right? Radical Master!
You're making fun of me, aren't you? The other one is wrong, so this is obviously the right answer.
We're back here again?
Again? Why? I thought this one was the right answer.
It's trying to bury the truth again! Go get him, Master!
Here we go again! I'm not a big fan of regurgitation.
Your deduction is wrong. Other than the 6 on the train, you must have had an accomplice. You 2 committed the crime. In that case,
What's happening, Cole?
it all fits. Even if you couldn't do it alone. It was possible with an accomplice. You created an alibi for yourself. Drinking the coffee and knocking yourself out.
I want the other one.
Right.
This is like this is basically replacing the apologies for my dyspraxia. I have trouble speaking sometimes. Quite a lot actually. What's it called? With the gun, truth bullets, truth bullet time. This is equivalent to truth bullet time because this one has like a video that goes from start to end, and then when it has the end, there's like a conclusive statement sort of thing like this, and then it goes back to the beginning again.
If there was an accomplice, the murder could have happened even while the accomplice left. Does it release someone else?
Non-stop debates, yeah. In that sense that it like cycles on a reel. An accomplice? Then there was someone else in the train beside the 6 of us. Yeah, non-stop debate.
Your deduction is wrong. Other than the 6 on the train, you must have had an accomplice.
This is the truth.
2 master detectives used their abilities to prove that only 6 people were on the train. If it was only one person, they could have been lying or...
And again,
imposter.
to me,
But 2 of them means there can be no mistake.
it is quite possible, even though unlikely, that somehow, maybe with the tunnel part, the second person jumps onto the train, as people do in movies, and from like the mountain or whatever, and then join from above with me to do together, and maybe they join from the roof of the bathroom because I went away from the rest with the bathroom, and then the second person jumps down from on top of the train, opens the thing, and like, you know, joins me, and then we do it together. Like, there's a possibility, but there's a possibility for so much. So that's why I find it so difficult to get the right answer, because it's just so many options. But yeah, I love the game, but you know, nah. Peacekeeper death report and operation log. I don't
What
find
good does that testimony even do?
Victims all burned to death. According to the log, the train did not stop once. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I guess that's what they're saying. This makes sense because I was literally just onto that kind of, wasn't I? Saying this makes a lot more sense to try and counter. Basically, I kind of said what he would say in response to that, and that would make sense to counter to what I just said. That it's not possible for someone to join the train. Okay, so we'll go. That was
The accomplice just wasn't there when those 2 checked. Came aboard after that.
yeah, that makes sense.
So what if the windows don't open? Well, everyone
Uh.
out. You secretly stopped the train and let your partner board.
Flash through this mystery.
The backup control room's operation log showed that the train never stopped. And the doors won't open unless the train stops.
Ah, yeah. But what if he
It's
breaks the door?
impossible for someone to have gotten on during the trip.
Are they impermeable to any form of breakage? Have a sledgehammer.
Looks like you're getting the hang of this, Master. You've learned
Eh.
to ruthlessly cut down any who stand in your way.
You make it sound like I'm the bad guy here.
No, but the good guy has to clean out the trash, don't they?
Hey, I was wondering, if the Mystery Labyrinth is trying to block people from seeking the truth, wouldn't it reject my answers, even if they're right?
It can't. It has its own rule set. This is like the Junko situation with the bomb and like the countdown and whatnot, and like how she couldn't override something and just blow it up immediately. It had to follow by the rules because she juxtaposed herself, or whatever the word is, like took control of an already operating system that had its own mainframe and rules.
Or maybe the questions themselves could be lies.
Oh god, we're not doing that again. I was really bad at finding the lies in V3.
No chance. A mystery labyrinth has no self-will. It can't lie or create things not based on the real-world mystery.
I guess.
This place is a direct manifestation of a mystery. You can always progress as long as you keep solving it. In that sense, the labyrinth is fair. It won't cheat you.
Oh. But in what sense is it not fair? In the sense that it gave me insufficient information to make the previous answer?
I see. It's a relief.
By
To be
the
fair, we
way,
kind of already seen.
about the culprit being one of the 6 of you,
Yeah, that is really weird. But, you know,
how could the culprit commit the crime when all the other passengers besides you were dead?
they killed themselves last. But this is very much like a trial, isn't it? Which is cute. I like how it's like a trial, but not. This is very much following a similar path to a trial in Daniel. What's going on?
Another fork in the
Oh,
road.
for love of God.
This is how we reach the truth. It reveals what
Yeah,
happened to
gradually,
yourself,
layer by layer.
Doesn't it?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I don't know if I've ever actually
Yeah.
solved a mystery on my own. I don't remember it all.
I mean, I will always be someone. I think I said this to Void Crow, who was here yesterday. I will always be someone who loves Danganronpa and would love more Danganronpa. But I also don't want to confine the developers. They're people too, and they have their own ideas, and they want to live their lives and enjoy making their product. I don't want to restrict them and confine them, no, like a slave master whipping. Because that's basically kind of like the message, partly, at least a lot of agreed upon message that what they were trying to send to the people was that we're your whipping boys, saying you will make more Danganronpa until you die. It was like Danganronpa 4 and 5 and 6 and Final Fantasy Danganronpa and Metal Gear Danganronpa and Yakuza Danganronpa, and then it was so cool to see all that. But anyway, I don't want to force them to do something they don't want to do, but at the same time, I personally love Danganronpa and I would love to see more Danganronpa. But if that's not something they want to do, then that's not something they want to do. And I would rather, you know, get to see products that they loved making so that they can give it their all and do their best. Because I tell you what, just because I want to see more Danganronpa doesn't mean that I'd want to see it hollowed out and like half-assed and a bad job, botched job, just because they're satiating a quota, rather than actually making something to their best because they actually like doing it and they want to do it. I'd rather see the better product. So I trust the devs and all that, so there's a bit of that. But you're right, they want to do something different. Good on them for doing it. But yeah, and like a big takeaway I had from that whole like ending, which I actually quite liked, even though I don't quite remember all of it because there was just all this transitioning, right? The ultimate bad guy was transitioning not just from the classic choice, but every character and showing off everyone. It's like, what I took from that was fiction may not be alive, but it is still real. It is still powerful. What do I mean by real? I mean someone created it. I mean it exists in our real world. I mean any form of art is a tangible thing in as much as I'm playing this video game right now. This video game is existing. It is conveying to me. The story exists. It was created. This, you know, the whole experience, it is there. It is, may not be tangible quite in the same sense as a plastic bottle, but my eyes see it, my you know, my emotions, my reactions, everything. I'm interacting with it. We all are. And so it is real, even if it's not alive. And it's powerful because obviously you can evoke emotions with it. You can make people happy, sad, all of that. Especially, you know, some games like to meander about and give a whole plethora of different experiences. And you know, you can also send messages, although, you know, like I have my own feelings and beliefs about like what kind of messages should be used in a conveyor like this, but you know, it allows one to do all manner of things, and there's a lot of power in creating something fiction and fictitious to kind of convey a feeling or a perspective or a point of view that they feel needs a little more address and a little more attention, so that they can, you know, like. So I did really like the ending there. It was good. And yeah, they want to do something different.
It doesn't matter. You just need to solve the mystery in front of us.
But I do feel like a lot of it is the same thing in different clothing, which I'm pretty alright with. I hate that. Everyone is dead. Sounds like
Say,
This time, yours truly is gonna help me bring it through.
oh great. I think it's the lab.
You just leave all the heavy lifting to your lovely mystery labyrinth guide.
Yeah.
That'd be a big help. Okay, so can I talk to you?
come on.
I'm still thinking here. Don't choose yet.
Huh?
Yes, I'm thinking about the opposite door. I want to choose the opposite door.
Oh, I got it. Master, leave this to me. This has to be the right answer. Follow me.
No, I don't want to do that.
Hey, wait!
The culprit just played dead.
What the fuck? They're burned to a crisp.
Because if they did commit suicide after the crime, they'd be dead right now.
Yes, and they'd be okay with that. Some people are. Kokichi.
And that's no fun at all.
That's your reasoning? Wait, what's this chain?
I told you we share mind and body. The chain is proof of that. Our relationship can never be broken apart.
Uh-huh.
That's terrible!
Huh.
Please, you should consider yourself lucky you're being haunted by a cutie like me. I'm so tired. I pulled you up here, so you can walk the rest of the way yourself.
Oh, great.
I didn't ask you to do that.
Okay. So it wasn't
you
going to
think
be
this path will lead toward the
committing
truth,
suicide afterwards.
right?
Maybe they realized that
No
that
idea. This is a labyrinth.
wasn't the
It's pretty
logical
common
answer.
to encounter dead ends.
Plain dead when they're all burnt to a crisp, and we could have easily used the ACM or whatever, and they didn't let us do that. Like, really?
You see? What did I tell you? Dead end.
Alright.
Don't sound so proud of yourself. You chose this path, Shinigami.
If it's a dead end, maybe the culprit wasn't just
Oh,
plain
so I am
dead.
right? Good, because it's the more logical answer.
I searched all 5 bodies, and they were, without a doubt, dead.
Oh, so the answer isn't plain dead. Let's turn back.
Well, at least they didn't.
You changed your
Damage
mind
me.
already?
You can do this that late?
Exploring all possibilities is an important part of being
But
a
if you can
mystery
do
lover.
that, then you don't need to worry about your health bar.
I'm so awesome.
Are you?
By the way, I did say I can guide you through the mystery labyrinth,
But I have to take the last step?
but I'm not that good at solving mysteries.
Okay.
You could have said that a little earlier.
Hmm.
I just want to help. I like when you rely on me, Master.
Anyway, what's going on in the real world while we're in the mystery labyrinth?
Time has stopped on the other side. We're sort of set apart from the normal flow of time while we're here. In other words, you're still surrounded by peacekeepers.
Oh, great.
So if we
That does
return
make
without
sense.
solving the mystery, we'll just be captured.
As a result, this murder case will remain unsolved and linger in people's memories as a serious crime.
Ah.
Naturally, this mystery labyrinth will also survive. And that creates an even bigger problem.
What? Why is this happening? Yeah. If we were to return. Yeah, but we don't do that.
Which is?
Misinformation?
Leaving a case unsolved means that it will go down in history that way. The more bizarre a mystery is, the more it attracts people's interest. And the more people rack their brains about that mystery, the bigger the mystery labyrinth gets.
Oh, great.
Eventually, the Mystery Labyrinth would gain enough power to start affecting the real
And
world.
rule the world.
It would implant insidious ideas into people's minds, creating more murderers and, in turn, new Mystery Labyrinths.
Oh, great. And it doesn't have a. It does this all autonomously without a choice.
Labyrinths can create endless cycles. That's why it's best to cut it off as soon as possible.
It's like a tumor.
It sounds way more daunting than I thought.
We're finally back. The other route is commit suicide after the crime. There's no other option, so it has to be the right answer.
Okay. You want Cocoa Head? Button there. Well, this is what I wanted to do initially, and I talked about it.
Careful. But to commit
Like, I just feel like
suicide
this
after the
was
crime
quite
would
an
mean
extravagant first chapter, man.
After
And they should
killing the other
have made it a
four,
little clearer
the culprit
if they're
killed
going to go this
himself,
far.
right?
Because this is a lot more crazy
Is that
than just
really the
having
right answer?
something externally.
The Mystery Labyrinth's roots
Like,
represent
way,
logical deduction.
like predicting my
One route,
movements,
it's the only
implanting the
possibility.
reason why I'd want to go sleep in the
The only option
bathroom,
left is
and
the
then
culprit
burning the
himself.
entire
We
carriage
just
when
need to
everybody else
find
is.
that suicidal
Just
pest.
literally burning the carriage. Especially if they push into carriage 5 for whatever reason, like give them a reason to want to look at the front of the train because something's coming or whatever. Right, that would have been perhaps less extravagant, I feel, so I was going to go with that one. Ah!
What's going on here?
Minecart time. Diddy Kong Racing?
This
Not Diddy
is
Kong.
part of
Donkey
the
Kong?
mystery materializing. You just need to solve it.
Right. What about you? Where are you going?
Master, concentrate.
Are you going to fly along with Minecart time.
Come on, concentrate, concentrate.
Ah.
What
Who was the last person to die in Genesis?
This way.
If the culprit committed suicide after the crime, then the last person that died should be the culprit.
Right, because they wouldn't be able to kill someone else if they off themselves already. Nice work.
This is like that, thinking time. Danganronpa, right? And,
Good.
the good thing.
Come on, let's try again.
Do you have me?
Of course. The person who started the fires must be the culprit.
That was a weird one to answer.
All
They would
fires
set
went
fire,
dead,
they had
so
it already
the culprit who died
preempted.
last totally burned themselves. Come on, let's try again.
How many of these?
This way. We're gonna crash.
I thought it was someone. I didn't think it was someone.
Come on, let's try again.
Let's go with Apex then.
This way. We're gonna crash.
Zilch. Because Apex was in the final carriage, so I thought maybe it was in order of that. Also, he had more of a personality.
One burned the other four, then set themselves on fire. His zilch!
Why?
Dying scaring, yeah.
It's scary as hell. I'm glad it doesn't do any damage to
But
it.
you know, setting aside the idea
I don't know
that
why
the
it's
culprit
Zilch.
was the
That's
last to die,
not clear to me.
why would it be Detective Four Eyes?
Yeah, that was the least likely for me.
Didn't we discover his body first?
Yeah, I mean, they're in a line, but they're both at ends.
According to the peacekeepers, the victims all burned to death, right? But when we first found Zilch in Car 1, he wasn't burnt yet.
Chronologically, that does make sense.
If that's the case,
Yeah,
that
that's
means
good.
he must have burned to death after that. Although, everyone else we found after him had already died from burns.
Alright. So if they all burned to death, then the last one who died could be Detective Four Eyes.
I think the culprit killed everyone in the opposite order of how we found their corpses.
And then I was thinking the actual order. Now, why the hell does Zilch do this? Like, what the heck?
Starting from Car 5, he killed them in order one by one, then set himself on fire in Car 1.
So Detective Four Eyes is without a doubt the culprit. But he committed suicide, huh?
I guess. I mean, I barely knew any of these characters anyway, so I don't know what their personalities like. I just, wasn't expecting it.
The door!
The door. That's it.
Driving!
Minecarting.
Whoa! It worked?
Apparently.
See, I told you it would be fine. I'm such a terrific guide.
Yeah.
Goal?
Is that
Okay.
the end of it?
I guess it is goal. We're gonna have to do. Excuse me. I've been watching someone try to get through the Wii Fit game or whatever with the goal, and then they have to do bend your knees and do the pose and all that. This
Guess
is mine.
that's everything. Seems easier than I thought. What's wrong, Master?
I'm wondering if that's really all that happened. Something about this seems off.
Well, I mean, I certainly wasn't expecting Zilch to be the guy, so
It does?
I'm a bit
You think so?
like slapped in the face about that, but yeah. Would you stop?
Ah! What's going on?
I hate that. Conclusion: the Zilch killed the other four and
The
somehow.
conclusion? Is this the truth behind the case?
There's only one door. No other options. Maybe this really is the end. Kind of a simple.
It is
conclusion,
chapter
stuff
1. I would
people
expect
done.
it to be straightforward. I mean, remember Danganronpa? Aho, 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 aho. Which, by the way, was what Bunny Tails was reminding me of when she was really upset about that one fight towards the end of Xenogears. And I don't know if you were around for me to say it, but I mentioned to Bunny, if you ever play Danganronpa, I didn't want to say too much, but I just couldn't help it because she kept getting saying stupid, stupid, this fight is so stupid, stupid, stupid. And it was like, she's Leon Kawada right now. Like going stupid, stupid, stupid all the time. But yeah. Like that chapter was relatively straightforward, like fuck, the hair and all that in the room and clean and spotless and all that, except for one like strand or whatever it was, and like switching places with Ayaka Maizono.
Well, I hope this was a helpful tutorial for you, Master.
So does that mean there's gonna be every chapter a whole bunch of new deaths? Jesus Christ!
Wait.
How many characters are gonna be dead by the end of this?
Mystery labyrinths contain all the mysteries of the real-world pace, including things like misdirection, right?
You think this is misdirection?
Which means this could be an attempt by the culprit to mislead us.
So we're not supposed to think it's those. Okay.
So, you don't think this is the truth? What makes you say that?
I mean, what he just said, but
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling the case isn't closed yet.
If so, then this door could be a fake.
Throw a. Is it either of you an ultimate baseball star, and you can throw a baseball through the hole and see what's on the other side?
How
Through
can
the
we tell?
engine?
If you think it's fake,
Echolocation?
why not try
Radar?
breaking it? It'll be bad news if you're wrong, though.
Oh.
And I won't tell you exactly what will happen. I don't want to affect your judgment.
You see, that's the thing. I don't think judgment or ability of judgment is really relevant when you can in a game like this, you can contrive any manner of possible answers, any manner of possible reasoning, as I was trying to demonstrate with the whole. I would consider possibility of the culprit being one of the 6, but the easier, more straightforward answer for chapter 1 would be if it wasn't. So I'm gonna don't know. You could have justification for both, and again here, that's not a test of judgment, because both are legitimate.
I guess the only way to find out
Danganronpa
is to destroy
one.
it.
Hey, worry that first trial gives the impression.
No, it certainly does, but you know, you and I be there, and anyone else who plays it. I think Bunny is the kind of character that will see through that if she ever does it, but I'd love to see her play it. But the rest of the trials are going to be that straightforward, but the other trials are more twisty, so hopefully people go beyond the first trial. Yeah. I hope Bunny plays Danganronpa. I would love to watch it. Because I tell you what, the games that are currently on her list and both her list that the Patreon done and her own list, I'm not a big fan of. I love being a part of your community, you know, like you and her and everybody else there, like Kodum and Max Beto and all the people there. It's one of my favorite communities to be part of, really. And I'm usually not part of the community. Usually, what I find myself is that I like certain parts of a community and not everything. But with Bunny Tales, it's like everyone's, which is rare. Yeah, no, if Bunny does indeed play Danganronpa 1, she will probably feel that it's silly because it makes sense to feel that way. But I think she'll trust us enough if we get to that point that, you know, just persevere. You know? We don't want to obviously make it too obvious, but yeah.
How do I do that?
Zilch killed the other 4 and set fire to himself. Open the conclusion door, demolish the conclusion door. I'm really in a bind here, right? Because presumably the game wants to, you know, show me this mechanic. So, by my understanding of game logic, the game is devised to show me a mechanics in chapter 1. It's showing me this mechanic, so we should see it through. But as far as the story is concerned, I think it is real. I'm perfectly happy to open the conclusion door if it was purely about the story. But I mean, the first one I chose because I was expecting the game to be chapter 1 and therefore be simple, and that was wrong to choose. So this time I should choose with what I think makes sense and not choose based on the simplicity of the game, since the simplicity of the game made me wrong on the other one. It would be interesting if this ended up being like AI Summoning Files Nirvana Initiative, where you have that initial part where you don't know Dahlia Boat and all of that. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that, but still. But yeah, this might be one of those situations. But we don't have a second protagonist, do we? At least I don't know of one anyway. I'm gonna go open them.
What is that?
Uh-oh! Master got crushed to death by a Q! You didn't really think the solution would be that easy, did you?
Yes, because it makes sense. What would make sense the other way?
If it ended that way, we'd get complaints about how lame it was.
No, you're getting complaints about how convoluted it is going the other way.
Okay, let's try this again from the front of the door. Take 2, action!
So I fell both sides when I wanted to try and consider the game structure, which was that, you know, in a vacuum you go with the simplest option, and I wasn't correct. And now I went with how I feel about the story, and I still get it wrong. God damn it. Yeah, haven't played a lot of games together. I do think that's a plus. Because not only that, I think, like the hardest thing for me is to be around a stream that wants to play a game that I want to play and I haven't watched it yet, because then I care about the spoilers. Whereas if I'm watching her play Star Wars, or I'm watching her play whatever the heck that I have no interest in at all, Xenogears, things like that, then even though, yes, my attention can sometimes just drift completely, it is easier to watch someone play something I don't care to play, because, you know, it's kind of like in the modern day, it's kind of like music. There may have been a time 30, 40 years ago where one could consider playing all the games, but I just feel like there's way too many games now that you really have to pick and choose. You're never going to be able to beat every game that ever made. Way too many. So, I definitely appreciate that, but yeah, the community is awesome. You're awesome. Thank you for being here.
So it was fake. It was the culprit.
Yeah, a
trying
lot
to
of
throw us
times
off
I
the
either
trail.
really hate a mod or two, or can't stand them, or feel that the principles of either the streamer or the mod, or some of the community members that are regulars that you know, really jar with my beliefs and feelings, and you know, it makes it hard for me to want to stick around. And sometimes I can get quite ugly, which is sad, but I feel really at home and comfortable and happy in Bunny Tails community. It was fake. It was actually the only community I regularly try to be active in with Discord, and it's a community that arguably is my portal to using Discord. Not only because you have the cool guess the game thing, but also it just feels more welcoming and comfortable. Whereas I don't generally like initially using Discord. I find the Discord interface, GUI, to be quite ancient, and it looks like I'm, dealing with something that's way older than Twitter. And it feels very sort of cumbersome and heavy, and I'm not a big fan of how, I don't know at least, how to press return on to make a separate paragraph in a message without it sending the message and things like that. It's just but Bunny Tails community, you and everyone else kind of brought me out of it, because I'm or into it rather, because I'm more encouraged to want to interact. It's cool. So it's fake. It's culprit trying to throw us off the trail.
You said it just quit while you were ahead.
It's rare for a fake exit to appear. This mystery labyrinth is way
Yeah, if
tougher
it's
than I
rare,
thought.
why is it my first chapter?
Master, don't let your guard down.
They get lost easily. Yeah. I can totally understand that. Which is, pain. But understandable too. It's good that you can do things when you're watching things. I sometimes do, but I feel like part of my mentality, my dyspraxia and whatnot, is that I wish I was someone who could enjoy and listen to things outside when I'm doing work. But if I'm doing video work, say, or before when I studied many years ago, I had to have complete silence. I don't like that. I wish I could operate in an environment that is noise-like. I'll tell you one thing though. I do love going to sleep with streams on, and given Bunny Tales literally starts at like midnight. I often have her and a few other streamers on throughout the week, listening to while I'm in bed, just going to sleep. That I do enjoy. I actually really enjoy sleeping with light, like in a nearby room, like here when I'm over there in the bedroom. I also like sleeping with sound. I really don't like sleeping in pitch black darkness and silence. But when it comes to like work, yeah, I struggle. But I do envy you.
Make sure you drop your money before you drop dead. I promise.
Did you play Soul Hackers 2?
To your wallet.
This guy is reminding me a little bit like that first boss in Soul Hackers 2. I don't know if his name was CJ or something. He had an Ixion. I mean, Bunny played Soul Hackers 2, so he probably watched her play it, right? That makes sense. Nice. Yeah, indeed. This guy's reminding me of that.
I wonder if Master can even make snap judgments.
No. Oh, white noise, really?
Mystery phantoms sometimes throw out noise. These will obstruct your vision and get in the way, so use Master Solution Blade to cut them down.
Are you gonna remember all of this?
The more noise destroyed, the bigger the bonus you'll get later. So when it pops up in front of you, be aggressive and attack.
You get bonus?
Sure hope you got all that
The
down.
bonus for destroying noise is based on the max amount you destroy in one cycle. Basically, there's a cap on how much you can get.
Okay.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime.
Not entirely sure. I want to pass on this one, I think.
He burned the four passed out
Oh
victims,
god, not this.
then set himself on fire, and died from immolation.
No. No. Damn
If
it.
you think about it, it's an easy case to solve. 4 murders, 1 suicide.
Are you kidding?
That's the truth behind the case.
Yeah, the second one.
It feels like we're getting to the heart of the case, but something about this whole thing is bugging me.
Yeah.
Yeah, something was off when we found Zilch's body.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime. He burned the 4 passed out victims, then set himself on fire, and died from immolation.
This is the truth.
I like this
No.
one.
Now that I think about
Even
it,
if it's a little
Zilch's
simple.
suicide by fire doesn't make sense.
It does feel very V3.
Because when I saw Zilch through the window, there was a knife in his chest. If he burned himself, then why would there be a knife stuck there?
You little brat. Fine. I'll answer you.
You didn't want to feel the pain of the burning?
Why was the knife stuck in the body? Of course I know why. Yeah, it was to knock himself out. Stabbed himself so he would pass out easy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, but if you pass out to that, usually it's easier to pass out to this.
and set himself on fire.
Yeah, I have
My
to
fire was a painful way to go. He wanted to make it less painful. The culprit has to be Zilch. He committed suicide by self-immolation.
Ugh. Jeez.
So he stabbed himself with a knife because there was no other way to knock himself out?
Like the coffee? Yeah.
That's true.
No, you wouldn't have had to go through all that just to pass out.
Why was the knife stuck in the body? Of course I know why. Yeah, it was to knock himself out.
I'll slash through this mystery.
There we go!
And they still have the Danganronpa truth to it.
His plan was
Can't remember
fall
what they used to say.
unconscious. He would
not
have used
objectionable.
the drugged coffee in the dining car. That's a much easier way to pass out.
Yay! We did it.
I see. So they're trying to mislead you about the cause of death for Detective Four Eyes.
Right. The Peacekeeper said all the detectives burned to death. But Zilch's corpse in the first car is different. To me, it looked more like he was stabbed to death.
So the Peacekeeper's report was a lie? But they had no reason to do that.
They probably assigned one of those 5 as who is a peacekeeper who decided to join along and do all that.
If they wanted to set you up as the culprit, they'd be raising questions by fabricating reports.
Yeah, you're right. They all must have died by fire, after all.
What? I have no reason to do that. I say I don't really understand, but okay.
And for some reason, only Zilch appeared to have been stabbed to death.
Yeah. I don't get why he would be the chosen one to do that.
I get
In
it.
either way.
So that's what was bothering me.
You see, I don't.
But no matter how hard I think about it, I can't seem to figure out what happened next.
Or why he was stabbed.
Huh? Why's that?
Maybe he saw what was happening. Maybe it was a Hyoko Sayonji situation.
I don't have enough clues about Zilch in the first car. I should have investigated it more after discovering the body, but I was too preoccupied with calling for help.
So we're stuck right here. I don't see any other routes to break through this mystery. I don't even know what mystery we gotta solve right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit clueless as well.
But I do know there can't be a labyrinth without a goal. The truth is always behind a mystery.
Go!
You wish you had investigated more, right? So, you think you'd have the answer if you'd done that?
Probably not, because I don't even know what to do.
Huh? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, fine. My secret weapon is so draining, I try to avoid using it as much
Oh
as
god, we're
possible.
gonna have to succeed with this?
But I just love it when you rely on me, Master.
There we go.
I have a bad feeling about this. What are you trying to do?
This is all for you, Master. Ready, Master?
Oh, wait!
Punching him to last week or something? Like the phrase? Punch you to next week? That's strange. What's happened to his eyes? He's dizzy, I guess.
What's going on?
You're turning into... What's his name? Nagito Kameda!
I'm extracting your memory and materializing it inside the mystery labyrinth.
Oh, I see.
This is my super cute special weapon.
So you can basically read people's minds.
See, if you investigate here, you might make some new discoveries.
Oh, the shock from all this is making my head spin.
It's not gonna help him being able to investigate if he has to be in the state. This is like the reenactment from Nirvana Initiative.
You don't have any time to waste, Master. This was pumped out of that slow brain of yours, so don't assume it'll stick around for long. You have until the pain in your head clears up. Now hurry and investigate.
Got it. I'll hurry.
Yeah, recreation. Right? I definitely have taken quite a bit of inspiration from both Danganronpa and AI Summoning Files, I think.
This blanket is mostly burned.
This also
Some
reminds me
parts
very
near the
much
knife are
of
unscathed.
Mukuro Kasaba's corpse that was found in the top floor of Danganronpa's school, Hope's Peak, and then got immolated to try and get rid of any evidence and all of that. Blanket's mostly burned, but some parts near the knife are unscathed.
Doesn't look like there's blood on the
The top
blanket
hole
at all.
and all that. Like the blood in the blanket at all.
But how could that be?
Because it's order of things. It was added on later. Kind of like with the whole Sakuragami situation with the glass underneath the plastic cup. A burnt blanket was placed over the corpse. There's no blood on it. Try and cover this.
Oh, so I can get solution keys here too.
You may have seen it, but forgotten. That just means you didn't think anything of it at the time.
I see.
But it is in your memory, so you can use it as a clue.
Great.
You can do that? You're incredible, Shinigami.
Go on, keep complimenting me.
Okay.
Huh? This cushion. Was it always there?
Is that what a stab wound was? This is reminding me of Nagito Komaeda's setup, because he like had the toy plushie or something with the knife, and had set it up so that the thing would fall, the thing draped over the girder or whatever.
Also, it looks
instead
like
of
it
a
has
toy
hole in the
bear-
middle of it.
Yeah, the knife.
It was made by something sharp. What did this?
The knife that pierced through him. So maybe there is an equivalent situation here whereby the knife wasn't actively thrusted, but rather it was set up. So there's like some sort of contraption, sort of like situation that then puts the knife in the guy's chest, so that it makes it look like it was relevant to the murder when it wasn't. Cushion found next to the bed, it has a hole in it, as if it was punched by something. Okay.
Oh, it's fading. I guess the pain is starting to go away too.
Looks like time's up. Well, did you find anything?
Yeah, I think I see the contradiction here. Although I'm not completely sold on it.
Come on, this is where you're supposed to declare, I've solved the mystery.
Well, this is getting a little confusing, but I think it's the cushion demonstrates that the knife wasn't relevant to the murder, even though it looks like he was stabbed. So he wasn't actually stabbed to die.
Well, if you think you're
No
on the right
worries.
track, then I guess we should do this next.
Do what?
It's for when you're stuck in your deductions. Remember what I said earlier? Every labyrinth has a goal. So even when you're stuck, there's always a way out. And we're gonna find it by working together.
Okay.
Working together?
Lay it all out, Master!
Barrel? What's this, Atelier? I remember in the skills menu they mentioned something about a barrel. Shinigami puzzle!
We're gonna expose the truth together!
The Shinigami puzzle is one of my secret techniques in uncover the hidden truth.
What?
The truth is hiding somewhere in the letters on the side of the barrel, containing yours truly.
Ready?
Read the question and knock out the letters in the right order.
What is it? This is basically that other mini game in Danganronpa, the one that had Schizo as one of the answers. Can't remember the name of the bloody mini game. That had various different versions throughout each of the 3 games.
Read the question and knock out the letters in the right order. Make a mistake and the time limit will be reduced.
The correct answer
If you can knock out the letters in the right order, I'll be imbued with the power of truth and unleash a special move that'll open up a paw.
Red herring.
Master, it's time for the solution key.
By the way, if you feed me the solution key floating around the barrel, I'll give you whatever hint comes to mind. Grab the key and bring it to my mouth.
Okay.
Don't you forget.
But there are some solution keys you can get hints from. If I eat one of those, the time limit will be reduced.
Oh, great.
Let's work together as a team. Great! That's right! That's right!
Well, I saw it from the tutorial that it was red herring. Detective Zilch's death was a red herring. What the fuck? Damn. At least there's an
That's
easy
right.
tutorial for that one.
When I saw Zilch through the window,
That's nice.
it appeared as if the knife was stuck in his chest.
I'm okay with new minigames being given kind of the answer through the tutorial by just letting you know what it is so that you know how it works, because understanding how the game works is often the hardest part.
But in actuality, he stabbed the blanket-wrapped cushion to make it look like he had been stabbed.
Yeah. It's a negative Kamehameha kind of situation.
That's why the blanket didn't have blood on it, even though the cushion was stabbed through. Zilch's death was a red herring. It was meant to mislead us.
Treasure chest!
Those is definitely just a red herring telling the truth.
It's a new solution key.
If it was a red herring, that means he wasn't really dead.
Yeah, Zilch was faking his death to fool us. That knife was just to trick me into thinking he was dead when I looked through the window. But the Peacekeeper's report saying they all burned to death created a contradiction.
Did he get hit by the knife or not? And the Monokuma file, as it were, said that they were burned, not therefore we started to think that the knife wasn't. You know.
So the culprit was just plain dead. It's exactly what I said.
Is it though?
In a roundabout way, yes.
So it was both answers? Oh.
Which means that dead end in the abyss could have a new path now.
Okay.
Let's hurry back.
You sure? What the fuck? Really? We're actually gonna do. What about the bloody minecarts again? Oh my god. Can I even fall off this? No.
What's wrong?
Let me just do an advert break so that the ads are not available.
It's too much of a hassle to go all the way back there. I don't want to walk anymore.
Some guy you are. Besides, you're not even walking.
Hmm.
I despise effort and hard work. I want to head back the easy way. Oh, I know! I have a convenient transportation method thanks to my awesomeness. It lets us go anywhere you've been before. Now
Okay,
is
so this
the
is just a new
perfect time to
mechanic,
use it.
What's convenient? Evac. Zoom or evac? Evac is better.
A mysterious force is blocking you from casting this spell.
What the?
That spell will let you escape from within a labyrinth, but you can't use it inside the mystery labyrinth.
Okay.
Anyway,
There are other kinds of
time to
labyrinths?
pick again.
Sure.
Zoom. Okay.
See? Super easy.
Yeah, sure.
But unfortunately, using it does drain a little bit.
What does that mean?
Drain a little bit of what? Do you have pee or something?
Your lifespan.
Oh god.
My lifespan? Again?
So we passed through how did the culprit
But
pull
not
it
my
off
life bar.
junction, and have taken the play dead turn again. Now that we have a new solution key, I'm sure we can solve this mystery and access what's ahead.
Let's give it a try.
What the fuck?
Solution keys are important to solving mysteries. Yours truly is important too.
I see.
Solution keys can be used to break free mysteries in the way.
We're gonna expose the truth together.
Select the solution key that answers the question in front of you. Get it right, and the mystery will disappear.
Okay.
Just pick out a solution key that answers the question being asked. Now find a solution key that proves Zilch are just plain dead. If you don't know, maybe you should check out the solution keys first.
Oh, that's all. Deceived him. When Yuma saw Zilch through the window, it looked like Zilch had a knife in his chest. However, that was just a red herring. The knife was actually stabbed into the cushion hidden underneath the blanket. Because of that, the cushion had a hole in it. There was not a trace of blood on the blanket. No words, Zilch faked as up.
Zilch was trying to trick us into thinking he'd killed himself.
Yay! Bridge. Over troubled. Not really water.
A bridge! bridge.
See, didn't I say the path would appear? It's all because we found the right deductive clue to break through. I'm so amazing. You can pat me on the head if you want, Master.
Alright. Oh. What? That's so weird.
Well, maybe later. We opened the Play Dead route thanks to the corpse red herring solution key. So Zilch really faked his death to mislead us.
If so, he is absolutely the culprit. Now, we just need to prove it.
But even if the Mystery Labyrinth is fair when it comes to solving mysteries, the real world will be different, right? What if Amaterasu Corp decides to protect the culprit, even if we prove who really did it?
These butterflies are the same patterns as the doorway.
Oh, you're worried they'll just cover it up? No need to worry about that.
Welcome back.
We did the barrel minigame. The tutorial showed me that the answer was red, and it was only one question, so that was fine. Oh wait, I'm glad to have you. Oh,
Hello!
that should have been done earlier. I have my own sound. And then after doing the barrel minigame, you remember that? Nice. I have a few.
'Cause it's a game!
Basically have it map binded to my numpad key. Then when we figured out that the Zilch's death wasn't real, and that the Nagito Komaeda situation with the knife through the cushion instead of through him was a stage, Shinigami talked about how the fake death answer that she gave earlier wasn't actually wrong, so we should go back to it. Then she showed us how to go back and how to use a move called Zoom. I had to choose between Zoom and Evac. I initially chose Evac because I thought Evac made more sense, but whatever. To zoom to the other answer. Then I had another mini game where I had to say the red herring truth bullet or whatever that we just acquired was the answer to the door. Is the key to opening the door that was in front of us. And then from the door we had a gate open up, or not a gate, a bridge open up, and we're on the bridge now.
Well, yeah.
That was quite a funny part in the game. It's good memory.
Huh? Why's that?
Let's save the fun for later.
Also, can you tell what is particularly interesting about that Monokuma emote? You want to know something about it? Something that you wouldn't necessarily
the
expect.
ground! It's falling apart!
You better run, Master!
Ah,
Why? Wasn't this the right route?
Maybe the logic still has some holes in it.
oh great, like the holes in the bridge. Well, his eye isn't red.
Whoa!
It's blue and yellow because of the channel.
Master, you better concentrate!
Yeah, blue and yellow. Because those are like the colors for the channel. What the hell? Was what Yuma saw through the window actually so?
When I saw Zilch through the window, he was faking his death with a knife through the cushion. That was definitely the real Zilch.
Oh my god, here we go. Who was the burnt corpse in Karwan? Was the burnt corpse in Karwan actually Zilch? Did we just say that? Oh, God. Fine. I thought that's the same answer, isn't it? That's where we saw him. I don't see how those two are different.
The corpse I investigated was real. It just wasn't Zilch's corpse.
But we just asked. The first one was it the real Zilch, and we said yes, and it was.
In other words, Zilch swapped himself out for a real corpse.
What time did he have to do that? Don't swap places with the corpse in the family. Or in the... Surely we have to... No, it has to be after. No, because then the door opens. That's his getaway, but I guess that makes sense. I'm really getting lost here. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what... I'm so lost.
The corpse was switched right before I broke the infirmary window to open the lock. The blazing fire had filled the room with smoke, so I couldn't make anything out through the window.
So then that would be an even better chance to do it afterward.
Zilch used that smoke as cover to switch himself with a dead body.
Okay.
I get it. The fire wasn't only there to show he died.
I'm just glad I have so much health. Because holy moly.
It was also a smoke screen to swap out the corpse.
Right. In the smoke, he switched places with a corpse he had hit.
Are you starting to not understand it as well? Lovely.
Next up, you need to deduce where the corpse was hidden.
Oh my god, this trial goes on forever. Yeah, I wonder if the other labyrinths will be more punitive. I hope so. Punitive meaning... I'm not entirely sure what word punitive means, but like clear, probably.
Because the room was filled with smoke, he needed to put the bodies somewhere he could access immediately.
I'm just not the best at this sort of stuff.
Where are you thinking?
If he needed to get to the body as quickly as possible, only one place makes sense.
I love having a transcript though. So glad this game has. Imagine it didn't have. Look how much I'm using it. What? Underneath the bed. Spot selection. This is Danganronpa.
Place is suspicious.
Where was the burnt, swapped out corpse hidden? Use your screen cursor to select spot that answers the question.
Better search every nook
You
and
can pick the
cranny.
spots when I can see.
Master doesn't
Taking the
make
wrong spot means
mistakes.
taking damage. That's
Right?
right. Ah. Like Byakuya? This is a Byakuya situation underneath the...
That's it! The burnt corpse was hidden right there!
It's like the freaking dining tables and underneath the... In for a penny, in for a pound, almost, like, especially with the Pekuyama situation. Like, all the Danganronpas are coming back to me. I can think of all sorts of Danganronpas that are, like, situations. The Nagito situation, the Peko situation, where she's, like, hiding inside between the surfboards. While you know, Hiyoko wakes up forget why Pyoka had to wake up. Passed out somehow. Takes more of your health from say I.
Hey!
I'll die if that's okay. Because I have not found this very clear. I'm just glad that I don't have to worry about it so much. But yeah, I guess a challenge would be good. But a challenge, if I'm gonna,
Jeez, one after
I don't want to
another.
feel upset if I
This
don't
is really
understand.
bad for my heart.
And this has gone on for a while.
We're not done yet. Hurry, let's speed it up.
Shinigami, you might be fine because you're floating around, but this is really tough for me.
I can't believe it. He had the corpse hidden under the blanket?
These trials really go on. Holy moly. I know they did it in previous Danganronpas too. Jeez. Oh, I need to do this.
So, that four-eyed detective was sleeping.
It's not one of those
next to a dead
situations.
body.
Is there an auto for this?
I'm so jealous.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
What is this?
Zilch was lying in bed with the corpse. He got up once the smoke screen was ready. He took the corpse out from under the blanket, pulled the knife out of the cushion, and stabbed it. That way, even after he switched with the corpse, he could just hide to avoid me.
Where did Detective Four Eyes hide after that?
Where the corpse was.
It must have been someplace with easy access, which must mean
Where the corpse was.
under the bed. He could have quickly hid there.
And swap it with the corpse.
Which means if you checked under the bed at the time, you would have caught that four-eyed idiot.
Yeah.
But back then, I was in such a hurry to
Also, we
warn
weren't
the other
allowed to
master
during the day.
detectives. I'm sure he calculated all that too. He knew I.
You see, they always have this sort of like calculation stuff, as I was talking about with the idea of possibly calculating the behavior that he would have with falling asleep and then it maybe being some outside force, because they would calculate the time when Yumi would have left the rest and then burn the carriage. And that's why one of the carriages was burnt, because
Maybe
That'd
he
be
was
relevant.
planning to take advantage of you from the very beginning, and that's why he let you live.
Theories are good though. Good for having a theory.
you want to let me, I mean, do you think it's safe to tell me the theory with what we've gone through so far? Because I'd love to hear it. Or should you let this pass? I don't know. Your discretion.
Yeah, I think Zilch was the one who
I would be
peeked into the
interested to know.
restroom while I was sleeping there. I was supposed to be sleeping in the infirmary, so he must have planned to move me before committing the crimes.
Yeah, take advantage to be responsible. Like Zilch may well be the working for the Peacekeeper. So yeah, peeped in to check that you could be away from the situation.
I passed out in the restroom, but that didn't hinder his plans, so he went with it.
Speaking of which, wasn't it Detective Four Eyes who told you to go to the first car?
Quite possibly. Long time.
Yeah, he must have planned to make me witness everything and set me up as the culprit.
Yeah, because he's being employed by the stupid association.
Aha! I think I'm starting to see the whole picture now. Not bad, Master. Maybe you were a big shot detective before you lost your memories.
Why else would I make a pact with you? Isn't that what you told us?
No. If I really was a great detective, I would have caught the culprit in the infirmary before any of this happened.
I guess so.
Hmm.
By the way, where did he get the corpse he was hiding in the blanket?
I thought the body that was identified as Aphex's body was a corpse that was on the train before it took off. That's a cool idea. And since that person was dead, they wouldn't have been detected by those two detectives. Because all they had was the necklace, and that they weren't able to, you know, recognize Aphex by anything else. So you felt Aphex was the bad guy. That's a good idea. And you must have been really foiled in the minecart because the three choices were Zilch, Zonj, and Aphex, and you probably just went straight for Aphex, like, yeah, I want the money, and then fell into the goddamn crash. Man, I almost feel like I want to see that.
That corpse? Well,
Here we go again with this. A third time. One of my biggest criticisms about Atelier Sophie 2, and I love the Atelier games, is that you have to fight the same 3 bosses 3 times each. And this is this guy 3 times. Yeah, I didn't have a heartbeat. I've been sectors living, yeah.
I won't let you go any further.
Getting in our way again, huh?
So it would have prevented the... And that's why he would know, because he has that ability, so it helps him... That's a very cool idea, Belen. That's very clever. Because that helps him, like, do the masquerade of, I use the radar, nobody else is here, you know, my forte. That definitely makes sense. And then, of course, you know, playing into the young girl's forte as well, like, Gucci, you know. That's nice. I like your idea more than the game's idea.
If you stand
That's
against
my point.
ruthless
You don't need
master,
to worry, and I don't think you do, which is nice.
stir-fry it with
That, a lot of
veggies for
people
dinner.
do. It's like, oh man, I got it wrong. I mean, I don't want to lose in this game, but that's because I don't lose the game, not because I care about matching my ideas with the writer.
I
That
will
makes sense.
not.
Here we go again with this.
Master, I'm lending you a hand from here on out. I'll assist you when you're in a pinch.
Huh? Assist?
Okay.
It's the rule of the Mystery Labyrinth to assist whoever you're accompanying. Now let's go, Master.
Yay!
Looks like you might not need assist after all, Master.
Useful. How many gauges at man? What are these big boulders coming out?
By using assist, your partner inside the mystery labyrinth will help out.
This could be the clincher.
ZR. Not the bumper, it's the other one. I can't remember what they call them in Xbox. R2. When a partner assist toggle assist is activated, the mystery phantom statement won't inflict any damage. So use it to take a closer look at what they're saying.
I won't let you pass! Enough of your nonsense!
Huh?
You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who can replace Zilch would need to be the same size.
Oh, come
as him.
on!
He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse. It would have been got it. The station. It'd be
Oh, come on, what is
impossible to
that?
get on board. There was no corpse to replace anyway.
Master,
The corpse is just out, right?
yeah.
The Cobra must have prepared money for that purpose. What?
I won't. Let you pass. Enough of your nonsense! You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who could replace Silch would need to be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse.
I don't know which it is.
Apex is supposed to carry the bag. Would a buddy that big even fit?
Person's close to the ground beyond recognition, so maybe it could have been used as a replacement. No, wait. It would have been unnecessary to bring a corpse in from outside in the first place.
I won't
And the
let
smallest
you
one is crucial.
pass. Enough of your nonsense.
I'm not really understanding it.
You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who could replace Silch would need to be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse.
I don't know. Okay.
Master,
I'm just going cross-elimination here. Don't bloody understand it.
Master, you looked through the train too, right? There wasn't a bag or anything big enough to carry a buddy.
In that case,
It's the same as... What the other one?
If there were any corpses on the train, there wouldn't be having point being one from outside, right?
I won't let you pass.
Are you serious?
Enough of your nonsense.
This is what I need to fucking do?
Being Cloudland, Master, you gotta try harder.
I'm trying, but how should I refute this?
You need to figure out how the corpse is repaired.
I don't understand this at all. This is fucking crazy to me.
I won't let you pass.
I'm getting fucking pissed.
Enough of your nonsense. You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who could replace Silch
let's do it,
would need to
Master.
be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse.
Master,
Which one am I supposed to bloody refute?
Master, you looked through the train too, right? There wasn't a bag or anything to carry a buddy.
in that case,
Yes, it is.
If there were any corpses on the train, there wouldn't be point to bring one outside, right?
What
I
the
won't let you
fuck?
pass. Enough of your nonsense.
There's only two things I can bloody refute? What is going on?
You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who could replace Silch would need to be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse. It would have been down at the station. It'd be impossible to get it on board. There was no corpse to replace anyway.
They were like, but for sure the buddy was swapped, and there had to be a replacement.
well,
Was there a button corpse on the train can be used?
Oh, okay.
I won't let you.
I don't know why I didn't see the third one before. I don't know why I didn't see the third one before. I swear I didn't see the third one before. What happened?
You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who could replace Silch would need to be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse. It would have being found at the station. It'd be impossible to get it on board. There was no corpse to replace anyway.
This is the truth.
That did not go well. But yeah, you are right. Like the necklace was the only thing
Need to bring an
identifying
extra
the
corpse
corpse.
for the
I don't
swap.
even know where this is
We
coming
just
in.
needed to reuse a dead body on the train.
I guess the corpse that substitutes for Zilch, because he needs to have one.
It's Aphex's body from the 5th car. He and Zilch are nearly the same height, and both have stab wounds in their chests. So the corpse that was switched was Aphex's.
So Aphex had a twin after all.
How could someone like you find the truth? Truth.
Are you finally done? You finally out of here?
He looks completely obliterated.
Now we don't have to fight anymore.
Even if that's true, don't let your guard down. Mystery
The enemy's weak,
Lab's
but don't
never
drop your
yet.
guard.
Stay alert until the very end.
All right.
Yeah, I really butchered that one. Didn't really understand. I never saw the third one till later. Like, at least I understand it. Like, you know, the corpse that we saw with Aphex was not recognizable by
Wow.
anything by
Who
Necklace.
would have thought that short-tempered idiot would be used for a body swap?
Thinking back, the reason the corpses in the 1st and 5th cars were burnt was to switch them out.
What?
But the corpse was so badly burned that I couldn't tell it was Aphex.
Yeah, that's why he used that one.
That must be what the necklace was for, so I could identify him.
Yeah. To lead you on the scent, I guess.
Well, reusing a corpse is rather environmentally
Alright, you know,
friendly
like-
of the culprit, don't you think?
To
Totally
buy
went
into the-
green.
Throw you off the scent, I should say. Huh.
I mean, we gotta recycle everything in our day and age, so you gotta get the most value out of corpses too, you know?
Stranger everything. This is a blinding ass life. Yeah, you see from the top.
Zilch?
Wait,
That's how someone
I
else
am
could
not
have come
the
in.
culprit. I am a victim who was already killed. So, leave me alone!
What?
Hey, he ran away! After him, Master!
Yeah.
You said the body in the first car's infirmary wasn't me, but Aphex? But you went to car 5 after car 1 and discovered his corpse there. How was the corpse transported from car 1 to car 5? That'd require moving past you.
That's right, if he slipped past us,
I can't
when
jump,
did that happen?
so I never mind the game doing it. I'm very lost. Are we in the district now? No, what the hell is this? Oh, that's the back of her. Oh, I couldn't even tell. This is a fork in the road, really?
Where did he run off to?
Oh, bloody hell. When moving the body from car 1 to car 5, the culprit moved through the train, did not move through the train.
Another mystery that needs to be solved.
I mean, I don't know how you do it if you don't move through the train.
Thinking about it rationally, we have to assume that they carried the corpse through the train.
No, that's impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
Oh god, we got this going on again. Stupid, 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 stupid.
Impossible.
So I don't exactly know what we're doing or what the question is, but our boy Zilch has turned into something to fight against, so we'll do that. Blackout and shaking. There was a blackout and shaking when the train car entered the tunnel. Excuse me. There was another shaking when the train exited the tunnel. Cushion with hole. Cushion found next to the bed. It has a hole in it. This potion or something sharp.
The corpse is heavy enough as it is. Lugging a corpse through that hallway. You would certainly have noticed. That means your deduction is all wrong. I'll say it once more. You cannot transport the corpse from car 1 to car 5.
That's true. Plus, when we investigated the private rooms, we kept the doors open for security. If someone had passed through the hallway, I probably would have noticed.
They would have
Except
had
for
to
that
sneak
part
past me
with the
too.
blackout
There's no
and
way
shaking.
anybody got through that corridor.
That's a very quick moment. You can still feel them or sense them potentially.
If we're certain nobody used that corridor, then the corpse must have been brought in from outside the train, not inside.
Interesting.
If so, the culprit would need to be able to pass by us without being noticed.
What are you mumbling about? Just admit that your deductions were utter nonsense. If they didn't pass through the train, do you think the corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut.
No, the windows are locked.
When the windows fixed in place, the blackout and shaking didn't open them either. Not the blackout and shaking kind of suspicion in the first place?
If they didn't pass through the
I
train,
don't like that we have to restart.
do you think the corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. The door's locked when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving.
It always sounds like
issues
Cephalus.
occurred during the train's operation.
This is the truth.
No, there was something strange. The blackout and shaking that happened when I was in car 2 and car 4. When the blackout occurred and the shaking started, I'm certain something else happened in the train.
We're just so overloaded. We completely lost progress. When the blackout occurred and the shaking started, I'm certain something else happened.
Maybe it has something to do with the mystery of the moving corpse.
Don't be stupid. So what if there was a little blackout and some gentle swaying?
But you said there was no issue, and that's clearly wrong. What do you mean, so what? You're the one who said there was nothing. Distorted plate, bloodless blanket.
Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidence.
I want to set up this one.
The blackout was just a bad contact.
Yeah.
The shaking was the tunnel air pressure. There's nothing odd about that. It's all just a coincidence. It's impossible to include that in a criminal plot.
Come on.
Did such a carefully calculated crime really all be for a coincidence?
No.
It's no coincidence. The culprit planned all of it.
Forget the
They're not
shaking
going
and
to
the
do the live
blackout.
reset.
They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
Flash through this mystery.
No, the blackout didn't occur because of a connection failure. It was due to the main control system failing and switching to the backup control system.
The control system automatically manages the electricity within the train. When the main control system fails, it will switch to the backup system after 1 second.
The blackout occurred during that 1 second when the system switched over.
No. Oh, he's gone now?
Hey, he ran away. A fleeing phantom is a bad phantom.
Is there such a thing as a good phantom?
After him. You gotta keep solving the mystery and boom, kill that mystery phantom.
Oh my god. This goes on forever. I know Danganronpa trials were long, but oh my god. Now we're here in this weird
Master,
room.
you may know the cause of the blackout, but what does that have to do with how the corpse was moved?
The failed main control system was in Car 1.
This is so like
where the
all over
body
the
swap
place.
occurred.
Now we're in what looks like the train.
If so, then the main control system's failure must have something to do with moving the corpse.
So maybe the culprit broke the main control system. He must have attempted to stop the train to bring in the corpse from the outside.
But the train never stopped.
The dream
The
never died.
operation log confirms the train was
Man
moving the
Street.
entire time.
Confined 500 years. The
So I don't think
prototype
he
is
broke
now
the
ready to
system
be
to
tested.
bring the corpse in.
I played so much when I was a kid. When I was a kid and we had a PC, my dad had a friend who allowed him to loan free PC games for me to try out. One was like Warzone something, I think one was Command and Conquer or something, and one was X Beyond the Frontier. And then the friend of Dad actually said that I could get to keep one, and I asked and chose to keep X Beyond the Frontier. And I played several hundred hours. It's actually one of the first games I streamed as well. Even though, like, the game's weird, because when you beat the Xenon Mothership, it doesn't really do anything.
Then why did the main control system fail?
It must have something to do with moving the body.
But you're unsure exactly how. Huh. In that case,
And this reminded me of the intro video to that. 500 years, man was confined to his home planet, but the dream never died.
I knew it! A mystery is blocking you!
Oh, great.
Anything blocking you in here is also a mystery.
Oh my
So
god,
let's
everything
solve
is a
it to keep on
mystery.
going.
You know what's the real mystery? How long and big this damn dungeon is. Oh, not again. Main control system was lost when
So
Car
this is
1
the
was.
question we're facing right now.
The main control system must have failed because something happened in the first car.
Really? I can't understand.
If that's true, what exactly happened? If it's related to the body being moved, then how?
Master's expression is so serious. He must be thinking hard. Well, as his mentor, I better think hard too. The main control system
Takes a bit.
failing.
I didn't mind it. Yeah. But imagine if you figure one of these early on, it could
Train
become
shaking.
It's more that I'm worried. It's more that I'm not doing well. And I want to escape before I potentially die. Now, granted, you did say, and you were correct about it, that you don't take much damage from losing. But, oh my god, I'm already over-encumbered with information. I'm already overloaded. I could happily have it just end now, and I'd be like, okay, well, at least I just have this much to think about. Now, and the more it goes on, the more I'm like, oh god. And I'm not good because I'm dyspraxic at holding information and keeping everything together. Like, it's like, you know, I'm juggling 6 plates as it is. I can't juggle anymore, kind of thing. It's the opposite. But yeah, it could become tedious, for sure. I don't mind that so much, because then I had that in chapter 4 with the whole, in V3, with the whole, like, the world loops situation where you had the map, but the map actually was not aligned with the intersection point, so you could actually switch the map over and all of that sort of stuff. I had that situation, but I was actually like, yeah, I get it right, woo, I'm okay. But when it's like, when I don't know what's going on really, and I feel like overwhelmed, that's when I'm concerned, like, oh god.
Oh yeah!
You know?
Why did the train shake like that? There was a
But yeah, it could definitely go
blackout
the other way.
right before entering the tunnel that was caused by the main control
I'm not like
system
bored of the
failing.
situation. I'm not like tired of the game. I'm worried. I'm anxious. I don't really get it, and I'm struggling to follow along as is, and you know, like, almost like if I had to deal with Xenogears, which obviously would be even worse. But you know, yeah.
But the culprit didn't destroy it, so the blackout happened because,
Yeah, I'm like that. And what?
wasn't there some shaking right before the blackout too? After the whole train shook, the blackout...
Yeah, I'm basically her right now.
I don't get it.
Yeah, that's where I am right now.
That's right. The train shook right before the blackout. We still don't know what caused that to happen.
I know. No, I don't. I don't know what caused that.
Whatever it was strong enough to make the
In
entire
yellow.
train shake.
Detonation of some kind? I don't know.
It caused the main control system to fail and resulted in a blackout. If it had something to do with moving a body, then what must have happened was...
Ooh! Did I give you the assistance you needed? Close to solving the case now?
The bunny accidentally tripped the switch when he was moving it. He knocked it with the bunny.
Then it's time to combine our powers and solve this thing!
That sounds like it's
Go, Master.
unintentional. When
Lay
it
it all
would be
out.
more sensible to be intentional. Here's more barrel time!
Are you ready to play the
Oh my
Shinigami
god.
puzzle?
The main controller system was lost when Car 1 won. Did it switch to the backup because Car 1 was gone?
You can do it, Master!
What?
Twirling,
Was reached.
twirling, twirling.
Oh my god.
That's not it. Wrong.
I don't know. So what I didn't want to happen was a fucking game over, but I mean, I guess I still don't fucking know what word this is gonna be. It's like a 7-letter word. That's exactly what I was worried something like that would happen.
Master,
found that one.
you may
Oh,
know
okay.
the cause of the blackout,
Thank you.
but what does that have to do with how the corpse was moved?
The failed main control system was in Car 1, where the body swap occurred. If so, then the main control
I
system's failure
always
must
try
have
to
something
see
to do with
never
moving
works.
the corpse.
Apart from one time, the very first. Have you ever heard of the game The Owl Dragon Lord Orders? Voice of Cards. That's what it is. Voice of Cards, and the first one's called The Owl Dragon Lord Orders. I managed to 100%, well not 100%, nah, deathless run first try that game. I always hate the first death because like, or the first game over, because like I'm trying to be able to blind, I know it's crazy, blind, there's a part of me that hopes I can blind first try a game. And like 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim was so upsetting. I still call mitigating shenanigans and all that because I had a perfect on the hardest difficulty like first try run, and the penultimate level did not play out like every other level before it. I don't know if you played 13 Sentinels, but basically it was, you had to kind of like defeat a boss on the other side, but there were a whole horde of like enemies that were being spawned, and usually almost every other time when you defeat waves of enemies, they don't just resummon out of nowhere. And in this one freaking level that I feel was like the game literally cheating, it resummoned all the enemies I spent all the time trying to kill off. If I had known that was going to be the way it played out instead of every other level before it not doing that, then I would have gone for the boss a little quicker, a little harder, and try to finish it off that way. And I was so close to killing the boss, and it was the only level that I had to try second time to beat. And I want to call that a deathless first try run, because of mitigating circumstances, the fucking game cheated me. I feel like games are like the teacher's role, and we are the student. When a game introduces itself to you, it shows you the ropes, it shows you the rules, it gives you tutorials and so on. These are the lessons to learn from the student on how the game works. And the game is like the curriculum. So then when the teacher then basically lies and like changes up the curriculum and actually it's this and not that, or like Pectas or whatever gets removed and it gets swapped with something else, it's like the same sort of thing. Like the game worked one way, and whereby enemies when they're defeated remain defeated. And then there was also like something that happened whereby I tried to eject one of my characters who ended up dying, and I actually, what happened was I ended up ejecting them. What I wanted to do was just let them rest, but they ended up getting ejected instead, and that wasn't what I wanted actually. That's how it happened. I wanted to rest them because their machine needed repairing, their mech needed repairing, but I didn't want to eject the pilot. When I ejected the pilot, I was like, what the fuck do I do with this? I have to run away with the pilot, and the pilot got killed, of course. By Sekigahara. But man, that was a perfect run. Yeah. I don't remember any fights, definitely lost a couple battles, so I must. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. It's just sad, you know, because like I put like an extra stipulation of like, can I beat a game first try? And I've only ever done it very rarely. And that's actually one of the things that I want to do with Gustober, which is like my own little like marathon. It's not much of a marathon because it only lasts a month and I don't get much time to play different games. But still, it's my dedication to Gust, my favorite developer. I did that last year. Whereby I try and play Gust games, basically. Games made by Gust. So Atelier games, Blue Reflection games, and so on. And I really want to be able to get a Deathless run on Blue Reflection and also Atelier Ryza 1. I feel it's doable, but oh my god. The final boss in Atelier Ryza 1, you don't really have anything that leads up to it that prepares you for it. Especially because it's 2 phases. And then, like, Blue Reflection, the mid-game is really difficult in that one. So, I'm always seeking the elusive, like, win. I'm glad I have it in the Owl Dragon Wars and Voice of Cards, but I wish I could get it in. Anyway. If so, the main control system failure must have something to do with moving parts.
So maybe the culprit broke the main control system.
The fact that that one minigame is an insta-kill for getting it wrong, as opposed to everything else,
He must have attempted to stop the train to bring in the corpse from the outside.
seems so shitty. Just take damage like everything else. Why does it have
But
to be an
the
insta-kill?
train never stopped. The operation log confirms the train was moving the entire time. So I don't think he broke the system to bring the corpse in.
No, I should do it. I'm the only one who drinks in this book. I live alone for the record. Because I wouldn't want to obviously drink off the mouth. Other people do that.
Then why did the
I
main
use
control
straws
system fail?
because my teeth are bad.
It must have something to do with moving
And
the
apparently,
body.
especially when it comes to like drinking soda water, or whatever it's called, flavored water, carbonated water, it helps to use a straw because it pushes it past the teeth.
But you're unsure exactly how. Huh. In that case,
Because the other time, I remember Bunny talking about an operation that happened with her, and I briefly mentioned my experience. The last time I had an extraction, it is a bit, I don't want to put you off, but like, yeah, they had to cut the gum, and it was unpleasant. Yeah. There was all sorts of like, I could see, I was completely awake at the time, and I could see them sucking out all the blood. All that.
I knew it.
It looked more
The
than it probably
mystery is
was, but
blocking
yeah.
you.
Pretty gnarly.
Anything blocking you in here is also a mystery. So let's
I'd
solve
rather
it to keep
avoid
on going.
Really hate that.
So this is the question we're facing right now.
The main control system must have failed because something
The
happened.
main
in the
control
first
system was
car.
lost when car 1 was. I don't know. There's like the words reacted or letters reacted. Charted. I have no idea.
If that's true, what
And
exactly
I couldn't get the
happened?
first letter.
If it's related to the body being moved, then how?
I'm in the middle of getting a crown. Oh,
Master's
and root canal.
expression
Yeah,
is
root
so
canal is 2
serious.
appointments, isn't it?
He must
I've
be
never done
thinking
root canal because that
hard.
always seems awful. So I chose extraction over root canal. I get it finished this week. I could have gotten the tooth extracted. Yeah, here they usually put you to sleep for tooth extraction. Yeah. I never had a tooth extraction go that badly before. I've had a few tooth extractions, but usually they just pull it and it comes out all in one go. Because this one snapped in the middle of it being pulled out, they had to get the rest out, and the only way they could do that was by digging in. And I had to have gauze and all that, and it was like it hurt quite a lot for several days after, but then it covered it.
Well, as his mentor, I better think hard too.
It's like, you know, they always give you like a bloody contract to sign when you do it, because like there are ways either of those things could go wrong. It's just like, to me, if this is something that's already causing me pain, if this is something that is potentially goes wrong either way, I just want it out. I just want to be done with it. I don't want to have to see that tooth ever again. I don't want to have any. The less amount of problems I have, the less amount of the operations I have to do with this thing, the better. That's how I feel about it.
The main control system.
But it is obviously better to
failing.
keep
The
your teeth.
blackout.
It's a bit of a, you know,
Shaking?
cost. And obviously dentists usually like you choosing root canal.
Oh yeah.
And also root canal is
Why
more
did
expensive.
The train shake like that. There was a blackout right before entering
Yeah,
the
it was-
tunnel
Pretty rough.
that was caused by the main control system failing. But the culprit didn't destroy it, so the blackout happened because. Oh, wasn't there some shaking right before the blackout too? After the whole train shook, the blackout. I don't get it.
That's right. The train shook right before the blackout. We still don't know what caused that to happen. Whatever it was strong enough to make the entire train shake. It caused the main control system to fail and resulted in a blackout. If it had something to do with moving a body, then what must have happened was...
Ooh, did I give you the assistance you needed? Close to solving the case now?
No.
Then it's time to combine our powers and solve this thing! Let's go, Master! Lay it all out! Puzzle it out!
I bloody don't know. This is probably the gimmick. Maybe something happened to the train when it shook. Did it switch to the backup because car 1 was gone? The main control system was lost when car 1 was.
That's wrong!
I don't know.
That's wrong! Keep that up! Only 30 seconds left, Master! That's from it! That's from it!
I don't know.
This is it.
It's not DA and it's not DE apparently. Dre. I can't even think of a word.
Master, you may know the cause of the blackout, but what does that have to do with how the corpse was moved?
The failed main con- If so,
So he must have.
but so I don't think he...
Then what? But you're unsure. I knew it! A mystery is blocking you! Anything blocking you in here is also a mystery. So let's solve it to keep on going.
I hope the root canal does well now. And the crown. Yeah, I don't know if I said that.
So this is the question we're facing right now.
The main control system must have failed because something happened in the first car. If that's true, what exactly happened?
Yeah, I imagine you.
If it's related to the body being moved,
Would be good.
then how?
Master's expression is so serious. He must be thinking, well, as
I
his
should probably skip
mentor,
this and not let
right?
it just keep-
Main controls. Oh,
I don't know if there's an
yeah.
auto or
Why
something.
did the train shake like that? There was a blackout right before.
Actually, I have an idea now.
You definitely
no,
want to
no.
remember this.
And solution keys, you can review the info acquired solution keys.
That's not what I wanted. Abilities. Kills. Inagami puzzle sequences, remove one solution. What's that? Slow down the rotation speed. Break 2 incorrect letters. Oh. Oh, that's good. I wouldn't mind getting rid of 2 letters. It's literal instant death. And SB.
Entering the tunnel.
That's not yet available.
Oh, what's that?
So it wouldn't have helped.
That's right. The train shook whatever it caused the main if it had something to
Ooh,
Did
that it's time. Let's go, fast.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting this.
Are you ready to play the Shinigami setup?
Yeah.
Wrong.
Not do the aim. Detached. So you, I thought I tried T. I thought I tried E already.
That's right.
I thought I tried E already. What the heck?
Nice.
Tried pressing that one under.
That's right. Go, go, go.
Really? You're gonna put 2 letters in one? Come on, man. That's bullshit. Yeah. Whatever.
Could it be that the first car was separated from the train?
I thought I tried it DE last time.
Huh? Separated? What? Seriously?
I didn't want to repeat letters, so I agree. That's not the end, dude. But they repeated letters. There's D and E and D and E. But yeah.
Yeah. The reason
I guess
why
there's
the
no
main control system
other
failed was because
ED.
the first car was cut off from the rest of the train we were riding in.
Let's keep going for now.
Then they could easily just write that as detached and not detached. But yeah.
Master, I don't really get it. What do you mean the
You
first
just have to
car
slightly
was
change
cut
the
off?
question.
The shaking happened just before the blackout, right? Huh? Did it just shake? What was that? The lights went out for a moment and came back on. At that time, the first car was disconnected from the rest of the Amaterasu Express. As a result, the main control system failed, and after a brief blackout, it switched to the backup.
But why cut off the first car? Why go through all that trouble?
Of course, to move the body in the train car. To do that.
Again. Again. Oh no.
There it is again! It's bigger than ever!
It's bigger than ever, really? That's what you're gonna say?
How much longer will
This is the girl who
keep
talked about how
happening?
some of her
I feel like I'm gonna
is still
suffocate.
puffy. You wanna touch.
Now's not the time to be suffocating!
So now's not the time to be suffocating. Is quite the line to say just before you do that. How do you think suffocation happened?
We need to resolve the mystery at hand.
Given that the first car was cut off so that the body could be moved,
The body was transported along with the entire carrying.
right, I think I see what happened.
Seems like you got it. Let's do this.
Did they just like swap around the train?
Lay it all out, Master.
Excuse me.
Try to solve it lickety split. I'm so bored. Go, go, go. Nice.
This one's only 3 letters, so it's a lot easier.
That's right.
Oh yeah, the Sailor Moon stuff. Got her transformation. Oh, we did it. There he is.
That's right! He transported the corpse using the entire first car. That's why the first car was disconnected.
Transported the corpse? With the entire car? Nonsense.
What the heck? And he's turning into Majora's Mask.
The first car is at the front of the train. Avex's corpse was in the 5th car, in the back. Even if you detach the front car, how do you move it all the way to the rear?
The different roads. The roads. You split them off, the roads, and then you reconnect the road. The railway.
Master, don't be scared. Lots of villains transform after they've been cornered.
This is like that indie game with the railway cargo thing.
Calm down. Stay calm. Think. How could you swap the position of the 1st and 5th cars?
But then the 5th car becomes the 4th, or whatever.
If I can answer that, I can
Swapping
solve
them
this mystery
completely,
once and for
that
all.
might be a little bit.
How did it happen?
That reminds me. Master, earlier when you were talking about the shaking and you mentioned the blackout,
Unless you start going in the opposite direction.
the blackout only happened once, but the shaking happened twice.
Yeah, that's the original form.
Yeah, it definitely shook 2 separate times. Right before entering the tunnel, and right after leaving it.
Yeah, because it got reattached, right?
The first time was when the train car was disconnected. But what about the second?
Reconnect.
Something happened to the train then, too. The shaking at the end of the tunnel felt similar to when Car 1 disconnected.
There's no point thinking about it. You're stuck in this labyrinth.
Well, apparently
for
so, because it
all
never
eternity.
ends.
Master, here it comes! You gotta solve the mystery and defeat him!
Your deductions aren't worth a damn thing. Because they're all wrong from the very beginning.
Here comes Majora.
So it shook twice near the tunnel. What of it? You mean the train car was separated and reconnected? Why would that even matter? Even if you managed to separate car 1, how could it be moved to the rear? The train was always running on the same tracks. There's no way to shuffle the train cars around.
This is the truth. No. At that time, not all the cars were moving on the same track. The track that the Amaterasu Express was on separated into double tracks right before entering the tunnel. So by taking advantage of the double tracks, it's possible to switch out the train cars.
Look at this alligator getting sharp as a needle.
The first time the train shook was before entering the tunnel, which was caused by Car 1 separating. After that, the separated Car 1 entered the other track, while the rest of the train proceeded on the main track. The two tracks rejoin after the tunnel. That's where Car 1 connected to the end of the train.
And that's why it was locked off.
This is when the train shook for the second time.
You're right! The first car moved all the way to the back!
Normally, it's impossible for a single train car to function on its own. But the Amaterasu Express is special. The control system will supply electricity as programmed and drive the train. But all train cars on the train have motors that run autonomously.
If each train car can operate autonomously, then Car 1 can function on its own!
I should probably move my camera because all the I said this yesterday. All the how do I forget. Let's do it. All the things are all the profiles on
Doesn't that solve
I
everything?
know there's a way that you can
It's
like
time you
gather
wake up.
both of them together and move them together at the same time.
No! That's crazy!
Huh? What?
Using your method to rearrange the train cars would connect the first car to the end, which would leave it behind the fifth car. In other words, it becomes the sixth car, but that doesn't exist.
What? The second car becomes the first. What are you talking about?
So, you're telling me you found Aphex's corpse in the non-existent sixth car?
No.
Oh, you're right.
No. What the
Do
hell?
you get it? You're the one who's wrong. Everything you've deduced is wrong!
What the
No,
hell?
I'm not wrong. The truth lies just ahead of us. I will prove it to you.
This is that again. Here comes barrel time again. Excuse me.
Look out!
From the start, the Amaterasu Express was a
You're wrong!
what? You kidding me?
You can do it, Master! That's not it!
What the fuck? It was a 5-car train. Why you say that was wrong?
Tick tock, tick tock.
The copper can see the car number by burning the flag.
Wrong!
He's not wrong. What the? Oh. Okay. It's so weird. From the start, the Amaterasu Express was a 4-car train, not a 5. You just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You move 5 after. Sorry, you move 1 after 5. You have 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, and it's still 5. What?
Maybe the Amaterasu Express doesn't have 5 cars. What if there were only 4 cars to begin with? If that's the case, then to me, Car 1 could be made to look like Car 5.
No, because you'll only have 4 cars no matter what. If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 goes behind 4, it still looks like 4. It's 2, 3, 4, 1, which is only 4. Like, what the heck? That makes no sense.
Huh?
2, 3, 4, 1 are still just
There
4
weren't
digits.
5 cars the whole time, but instead 4?
I don't get it.
That's why Melanie said the 5th car's door was broken while we were in transit.
But you can access the 5th car, the one at the end. The door appears to be broken and won't open. So, it wasn't broken. The 4th car was actually the farthest one back from the get-go?
I'm sure the real 5th car was left behind at the station when we departed. So the train took off with only 4 cars. There was another Car 1 at our destination. If it connected upon arrival, then the train would have 5 cars again. So the Car 1 where I was knocked out became the 5th car at the end of the line. And when I was questioned by the Peacekeepers, the Car 1 there was another car prepared at the station specifically for this plot.
I guess.
The real Car 1 was waiting at the station's platform, then all the Peacekeepers there would have noticed it. So they were all in on it.
Or you can assume that the Peacekeepers themselves were the ones who prepared the other Car 1. If there was another Car 1, then there will be something that sets it apart from the original Car 1.
8?
For example, the way the window glass was broken in the infirmary will be different from how I broke it.
You mean when you used the fire extinguisher to smash the infirmary's window?
It would be in the wrong place. Yeah.
So they knew you would do that? That's how they were able to imitate it in the new Car 1?
I think I was set up to reach for that fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher was left in a conspicuous spot in the hallway. They wanted me to use it to break the window. And that's how they pulled off swapping the 1st and 5th cars while in transit. It was all a trap to set me up as the culprit. Isn't that
I mean,
right?
we've been knowing that part for a long time.
Zilch!
All right, we're almost there. Let's catch this culprit.
Yeah, but we died. That little bit, the drum bit there, just for the ending, sounded a lot like Class Trial Sailor Edition.
That was a pretty solid deduction.
There's
Very
skulls
impressive.
everywhere now.
Of me foreseeing your potential.
It's so strange. It doesn't feel like I'm learning this stuff, more like I'm remembering it. Maybe I was even a high-ranking detective in the WDO.
Now's no time for bragging. You still gotta catch him.
Right!
What is this place?
Everything feels different here.
This is just the calm before the storm. Be careful. You don't know what's gonna happen next. You know, making the 1st car look like the 5th was a really big trick to pull off. I'm surprised the train cars could disconnect and reconnect so smoothly.
The train's automatic operating system must have had it programmed before we departed.
It is very strange.
Even the trick with the swapping train car?
Probably. It had to have been done automatically.
Well, it'd be easy for Amaterasu. They own the train.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, they're
Even if I
at the
obtain the
core of it.
truth here, won't they just ignore what I say and arrest me anyway?
I keep telling you not to worry about it. As long as you have the truth, the culprit can't escape.
That's bullshit.
Why are you so sure of that?
Okay. Massive castle.
What is this?
Looks like a fort to me.
Great.
With this kind of protection, I bet the truth is in there for sure. You just
Oh my
have to
god, it's like a Matryoshka doll.
So the truth is here.
You can't have the truth. It's impossible to destroy this fortress. Just give up and leave!
Whenever a culprit takes a last stand like this, you know we're just a step away from unriddling this labyrinth.
We've been one step away from the last 20 steps.
Master, time to show him how dangerous you really are. After all, he did try to set you up.
I'm not worried about that right now. We're so close to the truth. We gotta do this.
It's boom kill time!
This is crazy. What's happening now? What the heck? God Shinigami.
Shinigami's Tutorial Corner!
To overcome the last annual phantom, tap through all obstacles in the mega-sized god. Great onset destroyer, me.
Let's do this, Master!
This is like Ninja Goemon.
Oh,
That's the way the gigantic iron ball is released from the Phantom's fortress with a corresponding kick.
no one can stop
When an
me!
obstacle closes in and the screen slows down, press the button to attack. Which button? A to K.
What?
Missing the input timing means failure and taking damage, so be careful.
I won't let you have the truth.
I see.
Destroy huge walls and they suddenly appear with a corresponding tackle.
Racket to death!
Again, when the screen slows down, press the button to attack.
Blech.
And again, missing the timing means failure, try not to take damage.
Go away! Give up and scram!
I see.
Jump to avoid forms that suddenly appear from the ground. B.
Easy peasy.
When the screen slows down, press the button to jump.
Watch out.
Be careful here too, because missed timing means failure and taking damage.
Your deduction is wrong! Go away! Don't come near me! Don't come any closer! Stop it! Switching the first and fifth cards is just your imagination. It's a completely baseless lie. There's no evidence they ever swapped.
Whoa, the solution key.
Yo, check.
There are obstacles that even God me can't destroy without a solution key.
Come on, hurry up and
Open up the
decide.
solution key window, pick a key that contradicts the Phantom's statement,
And boom slash it with Master Solution Blade.
Use the solution key to smash through the wall.
You're wrong! Huh? Come on!
That's fine.
No, there are traces of a swap. The warped plate from Car 5. The reason that plate was burned so thoroughly is because originally
No,
it
boom
said
kill, boom
Car
slash,
1.
like, yeah, I get it.
Quite cute.
Left as it was, it would have messed up your plot to make Car 1 look like Car 5. That's why you made extra sure it was burned beyond recognition.
I go!
Still remember him.
That's nonsense!
Still remember him.
I burned the plate to disguise it? No, I didn't do that! Stop it! Stop! Go away! Get away from me! Wait! Get away! It just happened to be easily burned! But with it burned, you have no way of knowing what number car it was. So there's nothing backing up your deduction. You have no hard evidence proving that location was the first car.
For the Fortress of the Solution King.
Looks like we need another solution key to
No hard
boom kill
evidence.
him. Good luck, Master.
Gotta be this one, I guess.
You're wrong! Huh? Come on!
That's the one that talks about Car 1. So it's not a solution key.
Only a little more.
Stay calm, Master. That was car 1. That would mean you weren't there in the beginning, right?
Good luck.
Try to remember what you did back then. It might lead some sort of evidence.
Let's find evidence.
Car 1. That's where I found the first body. I'm gonna try to go to Inferno.
That's right!
That's it. And I intentionally left evidence there. Making it's the marking I found in Car 5 Inferno.
There is proof! The bloodstain on the inner
I
lock of
didn't
the
leave
infirmary
anything.
in Car 5!
That isn't from us. You mean you left evidence? You didn't leave anything.
The culprit probably didn't notice it. But I remember. It's my blood.
What?
What?
When I was trying to get into the infirmary in Car 1, I cut my finger on the glass.
And that's what we noted?
When I reached through to unlock the latch, I must have gotten blood on it. But that bloodstain would have been hidden while the inner lock was open.
Yeah.
That's probably why the culprit missed it. My blood, which was left behind in Car 1, was found in Car 5. This proves that someone pulled off the car switching trick.
It is quite
This is
faint
the
evidence.
truth of the case.
Ah. It's gonna give me blinding light again? Kind of blinding.
I'm not
I mean, nothing ever is. It's-
yet!
What? He's still going? Let us boom kill you already.
There it is.
If Car 1 became Car 5, then where did the culprit supposedly hiding in the infirmary go? You had to have checked the 5th car, but the culprit wasn't there.
The culprit culprit must have been hiding
Oh,
somewhere in the
God.
fifth car. Probably someplace
There's
safe.
another part of it. Holy shit. I wasn't hiding somewhere in the controls. Got select. Make control away. This is locked. Maybe they have the key. That's not safe. That's not safe. That's not really safe. You can't do that stuff.
Here. The culprit was hiding inside the main control room, which was locked shut the entire time.
And somehow they managed to get in there.
I didn't have the key, so I could never have gotten inside. I bet the culprit
It was
moved
locked
there
the
from
entire
the
time.
infirmary while car
was never
1 was
unlocked.
running on the second track.
But it was. This is just getting more and more and more just whatever.
If the train's management company, Amaterasu Corporation,
I love
was
the full
involved,
cause.
the culprit may have had the key.
Yes, there was a fifth car on the other side of this track.
And then they hid in a blind spot I couldn't see from the window. That's how they got past me.
Right.
It's not me.
What, are you Persona 4 now?
I'm not the culprit.
Great detective work. I'd call that a critical hit. He seems like he's barely standing. All that's left is to finish him off.
Finish him off? How do I do that?
Maybe that's for her to do.
Shove
Sorry,
all
what?
of your evidence into the solution blade and slash as hard as you can.
Oh. That's a big sword you have. Deduction, denouement.
Time to expose this crime. The cheats and everything.
Deduction denouement, which I don't know what that means, is where the truth is where the truth is made clear by thinking through all the deductions up to that point. So this is climactic reenactment.
Correct answer somewhere inside
This
your
is
head,
this is
Master.
exactly climactic reenactment. Place the correct piece in the corresponding deduction gap to reveal the truth.
This could be the clincher.
Locked pieces can be opened by solving mysteries, so keep it up, up, up.
There's only one trick.
Once every gap is filled with a piece, the finale revealing. Excuse me. All mysteries will be unveiled. Everything has been leading to this moment. It's always saying that! The truth is in the castle! It's in the carriage! Oh, you're just one more fight with the guy! Da-da-da-da-da! Oh my god. Ah. Thank God there's no timer on this one. Because in the climactic reenactments in the other games, they were. Apex is bloody. It's awesome. Where did we rush to? This. How do I get to that? I have to go backwards? Wow, it's so fucking weird. I have to read from right to left. I mean, this would be better for my mother than me. Yeah, I'm glad they kept this. I like this part help. Yeah, but is it? Am I seriously reading from right to left over here? My mother would like this because her mother tongue is Arabic. My mother's Iraqi, so I know of right to left in Arabic, and presumably Eastern, like Chinese or Japanese language might also be. That's what it's looking like. I have to read from right to left. It's so strange. Always used to put the detectives to sleep. Coffee. Funny. And this is hard to get exact on it. Good thing there isn't a timer on this, because this would drive me mad. There was a timer and I had to put these out. They're hard. Another play. What was used as a red herring? What was used to break the wind? That's really cute. I like that. Where was the culprit hiding? Wait. What happened when Colin was detached? What was culprit doing in the control room? Detachment happened when it Detachment happened when it dies. What happened when Carl won? Cool. What did the culprit burn? What happened after exiting the tunnel? Reattach. And also they didn't tell you if it's right, because if you remember in the original version, I think this is better, but for a couple of reasons, this is, I think, is better than Climactic United. There's no timer, with this annoying, like, difficult to pick selection. And also, they tell you if you got it right, instead of putting them all in, and you're like, well, what did I do wrong? And you have to wait within the actual cutscene passing to see what you did. What did the culprit burn? Apex is survival. Yeah, indeed. I think I have to do that. Also, I like how the bar left to right, L to R, the pink denotes that there is one of these guys. I understand. His body was found last. And that is him. Ah. That's the two at the end. What was used as a red herring? Pushing and shit. Got that. Yeah. Actually, can I do it like this? I want to wanted to wrap over, it'd be easier to do that. So. Mystery unraveled! Is it though? Is it? Holy moly.
Step right up, step right up.
Uh-huh. There's the book again.
I've Master Detective slain
That's how we
before
start
their
this game.
time, and Amaterasu Corporation has Master in their sights.
It reminded me
Bombs
of
are about
the
to
Tractatus
drop.
Demonstrum and
Time for the
Labyrinth.
deduction denouement.
The incident unfolded aboard the Amaterasu Express, which was on its way to Kanaiwan. I rushed onto the train as it was about to depart. At that time, the train was made up of 5 cars.
All because you were fast asleep in the lost and found, Master.
Good thing, even though he jumped onto the train late, he didn't jump onto the last one, because then he would just been left behind. Not weird? Like he was fast approaching, trying to get on the train, but he got onto one of the ones that actually.
The 5th and final one was left at the station.
And so, the culprit scheme had already begun. Meaning Amaterasu Corporation was involved from the get-go.
Maybe
On
there
the
were no
train,
open doors.
the master detectives were gathered together in car 2. That was the dining car.
Gotta be like that. Water, right? There.
And the culprit had already mixed a knockout drug into every
L1.
drink there.
Equivalent. Whatever that is.
The culprit, who
L.
was the first person on the train, so they could prepare in advance and wait for everybody else.
Too much eating.
I felt unwell, and Melanie went to the trouble of pouring me a coffee.
Oh, nice.
But after drinking it, I started to feel drowsy. I was hearing things at the time and thought that I might be seriously ill. But it was actually the drug.
You know why I did that?
This thought yours true. Was responsible? Sticks and stones weren't too much to make up for. But
started to feel
slanderous
drowsy.
things.
The culprit sent me off to Car 1 in order
Soon
to
it was a
find me
hypno.
as the killer.
I'm sure the culprit didn't expect you to get sick, Master, but since you look like a super easy target, they probably changed their plan and went after you instead.
Once I'd left, the other master detectives must have fallen asleep because of the drugged drinks.
The culprit then burned everyone to death, setting all those master detectives on fire!
Right.
On purpose! What a psycho!
This was when the culprit put their plan to frame me into motion. First, they carried Aphex's charred corpse to the infirmary in Car 1.
The very first body we found.
Then, they deliberately left a fire extinguisher near the restroom I was sleeping in. This was done to prompt me into smashing the door later.
Gotta have someone get inside somehow, or else nobody would find the body.
Next, the culprit entered the infirmary, locked the door, and laid down on the bed with Aphex's charred corpse.
Jumping into bed with a charred corpse. And here I thought chivalry was dead. What a gentleman. I'm actually a little jealous.
Yes, you would.
A knife and cushion created the red herring.
Hell of a way to pretend to be dead.
Furthermore, the culprit set the room on fire just as I was waking up.
While you were sleeping, I felt someone come into the restroom. They must have seen me then and timed it.
When I woke up in the restroom and went into the hallway, Car 1 was beginning to fill with smoke.
Oh, that's some precise timing.
I caught a glimpse of Zulch in the infirmary, with a knife lodged in his chest.
But it didn't take long for the smoke to obscure everything.
That was when the culprit took out Aphex's blood corpse, switched places with it, and waited for me to enter the room while hiding beneath the bed.
taking places under a veil of smoke.
Meanwhile, I found a fire extinguisher on the floor. Smashed the window. Unlocked the room and went inside.
Just like the culprit planned. And that's why they left the fire extinguisher there in the first place.
After the smoke cleared, I found Zelch's body. burned
But
to
they
a
showed the
crisp.
lock was red prior to him even trying to
That's
use
what I
the
thought.
fire.
The charred corpse was actually Aphex. The culprit had me completely fooled.
That must have been why they picked the time-consuming method of roasting someone to death. Plus, the body was about the right size.
I bolted out of Car 1 after seeing the corpse.
The culprit was under the bed at that time. Huh. They probably laughed at you from there, watching everything unfold like they planned.
I went on to discover the charred corpses of the other.
I think the one
victims.
thing that they wanted to remove most
Around that time, the
was
culprit
the
came out from under the bed
restriction
and went to the main
excuse
control
that
room in Car 1.
Monokuma has set up a death game inside of.
Controlling the train from there,
locked
they
environment.
detached Car 1.
That seems to be like the major difference between anything.
Blackout and shaking, and the power source was switched over to the backup system.
But I don't really think
Was there or was there not jiggling wheels? Take a
it
guess.
was worth it.
While the detached Car 1 was running on a separate track, the culprit went to work, preparing to disguise Car 1 as Car 5.
Ah, what? No, because of course. I have to press buttons while this is
As
happening.
Zelch was carried to the corridor, the necklace removed earlier was placed back on.
Damn.
Then the
That
car
was not-
one number
I have to
plate
keep
was
moving,
burned,
like, I have to keep, like, pressing,
so that it
moving
couldn't
this
be
around,
properly identified.
so that it doesn't do that.
With everything in place, the culprit went into the main control room, locked the
It's
door,
another reason why I wish I didn't have to have it in this
and waited for the train cars to reconnect.
Well, this time, the culprit was riding in car one on the other track, right?
Yeah, the train, which was only cars 2, 3, and 4 at the time, remained on course.
Since we were in a tunnel, I didn't even realize car one was moving alongside us.
The train we were on went through the tunnel with only 3 cars. When it came out of the tunnel, the car with the culprit in it attached to car 4. Now behind car 4,
I bought the Pro
that
controller
car
from the
became
Switch. I
car
love that
5.
thing. It was really expensive. Cool.
The slot
Yeah,
was pre-programmed into the
I
train's
haven't,
automatic
or
operating
yeah, I
system,
still do.
right?
I have a nasty habit of breaking
Technology
controllers
sure
when I'm
is
upset.
convenient.
So anything expensive, I usually
Riding
try
in car
it.
1,
So
attached
this
it to the
controller I
back
have
of
right
car
now
4.
isn't an official controller.
That caused more shaking, but there was no blackout this time because the power supply stayed the same.
Additional shaking occurred inside my blouse, but the power stayed on.
That seems cool. I've had a
After
Pro
that,
controller
I
that's
mistook
one.
car 1 for car 5 and walked right in.
But I mean, like,
The
I need
culprit
to, like,
liked it so
change the
much,
setting
I didn't even notice the door
that
had smashed when I was in car 1
tells it to
before.
turn off after like 5 minutes. And then
Figured there'd been some kind of brawl. But that was part of the culprit's plan, wasn't it? Also, no one would realize it was actually car one.
When I found the corpse, I deduced that it was Aphex from the necklace it had on. But I was just rediscovering the same charred corpse from car 1.
absolutely
The disguised
baited.
corpse and the car switch completely fooled me.
Using a dead body? Oh, that's a despairingly brilliant idea!
When the train arrived in Kanai, it
He went
connected
into
to
the
a
other one?
different, prearranged car 1.
And with that, the train once again had 5 cars. So much attaching and detaching. What a stupid, crazy, elaborate trick!
Yeah.
The peacekeepers were lying in wait at the station.
These look like the guys from Zero.
The sole survivor, I was set up as the one responsible for the murders.
It takes.
And Amaterasu was in on it! That really turns me on!
Yeah, you sound it.
You mean
me off.
Exactly. That turns me on, damn it!
Culprit stayed hidden in the main control room of the disguised Car 1.
Yeah.
And waited for the peacekeepers to haul you in, Master. They were right there at the scene.
After burning all the master detectives, the culprit faked their own death and tried to frame me as the killer. It was a cunning, cold-blooded scheme.
And the evildoer who committed these countless contemptible crimes is none other than...
Zilch thingy-bob.
Zilch Alexander!
It was you!
So is there going to be an execution for him now? Is that what happens in Danganronpa?
This is the truth I've uncovered!
Okay.
Is that it? What's this?
Oh, cool. When I press A, undoes the other.
It's the truth. It's the soul of the true culprit who made this mystery labyrinth.
The soul.
So we've
of the
jumped
true
from.
culprit.
That was so fucking weird. We just had a moment, right? We had a cutscene while we have suspended time and nobody else can move, where we open the car door that, you know, is at the station where nobody else can move, and Zilch reacts in real time. That's the real Zilch. And then we're all of a sudden transported back to this again? Like, what? That was just presumably for show, I guess.
Wait, what am I supposed to do with this?
Now it's time for the main event!
The execution?
Here we go! It's my time to shine!
This is an execution.
Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair.
Boop, 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 boop.
The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case! To all the marvels! To the final mystery labyrinth!
What is this, Bayonetta? It's Sailor Moon cross Bayonetta. Sparkling Justice? Okay. Death by explosion. More blinding light again. Okay. That was really weird. Swank's grill. Swank wears a silver grill engraved with the word money, on his upper incisors. The grill made of gold is on order. You like Civ 6. There's the Sean Bean thing. I can't remember which one. It's probably Currency. Where the first thing he says is money in that Yorkshire accent of his. And yeah, I watched some Bocephus, and he has like a
Huh? We're
that's
back?
a menu. And they're all alive
What are you
again.
talking about
And,
now? Your spirit shouldn't be broken yet. The peacekeepers will take care of you. We have all the time in the world.
Huh?
Great.
Shinigami! Where are you? Nothing here's changed. What's going on? Shinigami? Are you listening?
Get him!
Wait! I know who the culprit is!
What?
It's Zilch! He's still alive. He framed me.
What are you talking about? He's already dead.
Huh? But...
Shut up! This is not up for discussion! What a waste of time! Take him away!
Shinigami! Where did you go? This isn't what's supposed to happen!
I'm right here!
Hello. Not a moment too soon.
You're so cute when you panic, so I had to enjoy the view for a bit.
Yeah, is that really a wise idea?
Stop playing around! Why hasn't the situation changed at all?
He must be hallucinating. Taking him down shouldn't be a problem. Take him away! What? He's dead?
Who? Zilch?
Looks like it's over.
Huh? What's over? Shinigami, what's going on?
He killed Zilch.
There's always a price to pay. When I read the soul of the true culprit, the mystery labyrinth created by the culprit is destroyed. But as a price, the source that created the mystery labyrinth also perishes.
Zilch is dead.
The source perishes?
Oh, execution happened.
Don't tell me.
That's right, the true culprit dies.
Then that report saying Zilch, the true culprit, was dead.
And that solves today's mystery.
Yeah, but how is
The
this
true
gonna
culprit
help
is as dead as a
our
doornail.
situation?
You're now innocent and free to go, Master.
No, we're not.
A happy ending.
What?
Roll credits.
There's nothing happy about this. Zilch died because I solved the mystery, right?
Huh? He was a dangerous murderer who killed 4 master detectives.
Even if
Deserves
that
that.
is true, that's not gonna help our situation.
I mean, I don't think I'm completely free to go. Not even with Zilch being dead.
In that case, say exactly what I'm about to tell you to that gilded idiot over there.
Okay.
Okay. Swank, did you just receive a report that Zilch was dead?
How did you know that?
I thought so.
Ah!
If he was alive until moments ago, that changes things about this case. Someone who died in front of my eyes, was alive. This is clearly an attempt by the culprit to disguise the truth. Don't tell me the Peacekeepers lied to try to cover up what really happened. You didn't try to frame an innocent person, did you?
What? You think you can weasel your way out of this? You better not forget you're in Kanai Ward now.
Yeah, which is very perilous considering it seems to be a very hostile place. But...
You're powerless before the might of the Amaterasu Corporation.
No, I didn't mean...
Hey, don't surrender so easily. You were so close.
What else did you tell him to say that he didn't say?
That does it. You're under arrest. Listen, you got no right to remain silent, and you got no right to call a lawyer either. Take him away.
Oh, wait!
Hold on just a second. Hey, excuse me.
Is that
Do you have a
Kajitan?
minute?
You.
It's all good. Let's stop all the fighting. We both have to follow orders from the higher-ups, so let's not do anything that causes unnecessary tension. Falsifying evidence and testimonies is a drag when it comes time to do the paperwork, right?
I'm not
It's
entirely sure who
tough
this is, but
keeping
he's
things
recognized.
consistent. Just forget about all that and leave it to me, yeah? You know, I saw that the true culprit was alive and well just a bit ago.
What?
If you let us go, I'll cook something up in my report to the World Detective Organization.
Does sound like Kajitan.
You don't want trouble, right? If the WDO floods this joint because of you. Your punishment might be kind of brutal.
Oh, great.
So, You know what to do. Leave things well enough alone, as they say.
Let's go.
So are you a DWO detective helper that's gonna help us? Is that what's going on?
Thank goodness that worked out.
Yeah, this is Kaji Tang. He's good. I like him.
Who is he?
Pretty sure. Kaji Tang. Pretty sure.
Beats me?
Be surprised if he isn't. Yay! Because you know, it can always be a few people. I often get mixed up between voices that I don't know, thinking they sound like someone I do know. Like for example, Shinigami here, I thought that was Amanda C. Miller, but apparently it's someone completely different I've never heard of before. So that can be a thing.
Yeah. Well, that was really good. Let me have a look.
I rated Emmy yesterday, so there's that. I don't necessarily want to end the stream yet. I might do some Street Fighter, but it is almost 1 a.m. for me. I think that is a really good place to call it for this game today. Thank you for joining me, Balloon. I do appreciate that. We're probably gonna do a little bit of Street Fighter. I want to be able to... I've completed the Lily's combo trials, by the way. I want to be able to get better at the fighting game, but man, it's so frustrating. I can't get anything consistent. So annoying. But anyway, that was good. I did that. That was cool. Let's switch things up. That's a total of 4 hours. So that's pretty good going.